new day, a fresh start, fresh energy, and fresh opportunities. A lovely good morning to each and everyone. I am Lakshmi Sharma from Kerala Section.
And I am Namita Santosh, again from Kerala Section, and we will be your host for today.
The wait is finally over, and today marks the beginning of the hybrid festivities.
We welcome you all to the All India Students,
Young Professional,
Women in Engineering,
and Life Members Congress,
AISYWLC'21. It is the annual flagship event of IEEE India Council, celebrated to bring together delegates from various domains with exciting and insightful happenings.
AISYWLC'21, with its theme, Together, Stronger, Forward, has aimed at something much more than just a series of events which is worth the wait.
With great pleasure, we wish to thank the IEEE Student Branch of Mar Athanasius College of Engineering, Kodamangalam, for being the co-host of AISYWLC'21 to join hands with us in making this Congress an unforgettable, spectacular experience.
We would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Our title sponsor, USG Global, associate sponsor, EduRept, society sponsors, IEEE Signal Processing Society, IEEE NPS, IEEE Electronics Packaging Society.
Our dedicated track sponsors are IEEE Young Professionals, IEEE Students, and the section sponsors are IEEE Hyderabad Section, Bombay Section, IEEE Madras Section, and IEEE Pune Section. Our student branch sponsors are IEEE Student Branch AJCE and IEEE Student Branch GECK.
I hope you all are as excited as me to take home prizes. So here's what you have to do.
And here we are with a unique selfie contest sponsored by EduRept. Click a group selfie with a minimum of 3 faces and send your entries to contest@edurept.com with your name, college name, and Instagram handle. Kindly refrain from uploading duplicate entries. The last date for submission is 19 December 2021, and the lucky winners will be announced on the Christmas day.
Now, I feel honored to introduce you to your first session, Search for Habitable Worlds, by our prominent speaker, Dr. Anand Narayanan, Professor, Earth and Space Science Department of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. Sir has made us proud through his distinguished work in numerous capacities. Let us all sit back and take in all the wisdom showered by our speaker in this session, sponsored by IEEE Young Professionals. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. With your permission, I'll just remove my mask for the duration of the presentation, if that's okay. Okay, at the outset, let me thank the organizers of this wonderful 2-day event. It's an honor and an absolute pleasure to be a part of this interdisciplinary festival. I would like to thank all the student volunteers who have been running around since yesterday, and I'm sure for many months before that, to make this event happen just at the time when COVID is easing out. So it's wonderful to be back in a room full of people rather than talking to people through virtual platform. I know that there are people who are still coming in, who are still settling down. So let that happen. I would like to thank Basil Reggie, who is the person who actually invited me for this festival. And I'm not sure how many of you know who I am. So I am an astronomer. I teach and I do research in astrophysics at the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. And so when I was invited to give a presentation at this IEEE event, the first question which I had is, okay, why should a science person be talking to a group or a room full of engineers? But then I was told that the flavor of this particular Congress is to bring together people who are working in diverse fields of human endeavor and not just in engineering. So in that spirit is probably why I got invited. So as I mentioned, I teach and I do research in astrophysics at the Indian Institute of Space, Science and Technology, which is a university under the Department of Space, Government of India. Okay, and it is located in Thiruvananthapuram. For those of you who are from outside Kerala, Trivandrum is the capital of Kerala. So that's where my institute is located. And for those of you who are not familiar with what astrophysics is, let me just maybe ask you, okay, how many of you know what astrophysics is? If I can have a raise of hand. Does anyone know? Principles and laws of physics which you study in school, which you study in college, to interpret the physical universe. So that's what astrophysicists do. Today's presentation is going to be about a field that has been gaining a lot of traction in the field of astrophysics over the last 25 years. It's a field which has been exploding with discoveries, and it's a very, very fascinating field of development that's been happening. And it is about the discovery of planets beyond the confines of our solar system. It's the discovery of planets around other stars. And this is a hugely popular field in astrophysics because this discovery feeds into a very important question that we have all been asking for a very, very long time, which is Earth a unique planet in our universe, or could there be life elsewhere? Okay. So the search for habitable worlds, that is the title of my presentation. Since I only have 45 minutes, I'll plunge into the talk right away. If we can dim the lights right on here, astronomy is best done in the dark. Okay, so if you can, is there a way to do that? Thank you. So who doesn't like looking at a starry sky? The night sky studded with twinkling stars is an open invitation to ask some really profound questions. I'm sure you also have looked at the night sky and asked whether the universe has any boundaries. Did the universe have had an origin? Does it ever end? What is our relationship with the questions? For perhaps one of the most important question that has occupied the human mind for centuries is whether we are alone in this universe. Are we the only sentient beings in this vast universe who are asking these questions, who are assembling in halls like this, talking about science and engineering? Or could there be life elsewhere in the universe orbiting some other system? Okay. So I would like to keep the lights on the screen dimmed down because it's mostly dark images. So what I am going to share with you today is the journey that has been happening, that has been unfolding in astrophysics in the last 2 to 3 decades, which is to answer this question of whether we are alone in this universe. Okay, from a very scientific perspective, trying to answer this. So here is a beautiful picture of Earth taken by the Apollo 11 astronauts. So from the distance of moon, so what you see here, what you see on this lower end of this image is the surface of the moon. This photograph was taken sometime in 1969, and from the distance of moon, Earth looks like a fragile blue marble. And the blue color signifies that Earth has enormous amounts of liquid water in it, and the white signifies the presence of atmosphere. So as far as we can tell, Earth is the only planet where life exists. There is no conclusive evidence for the presence of life of any form, intelligent life, or even a very rudimentary primordial forms of life anywhere within the solar system or elsewhere. But to address this question of whether there could be habitable worlds elsewhere, some enormous progress has been made in the last few years, and that's what this talk is going to be. So here is a beautiful picture of the night sky taken from the Leh region of Ladakh. On the foreground, what you see is the Himalayan Chandra telescope, which is a telescope owned and operated by the Indian Institute of Astrophysics in Bangalore. So images like this remind us that we are living in a universe full of stars. There are untold number of stars in the sky, and sun is just one star in this vast universe consisting of billions of stars. So there is no reason to believe that our solar system is unique. Okay. It's probably true that many of the stars that we see also have planets around them. So then the question is, how do we go about discovering this? And this discovery process is as much a story about achievements in engineering as it is about achievements in science. In fact, science and engineering go hand in hand. Most of the great discoveries in science has happened because of progress that has happened in the field of engineering and technology and design. Similarly, many of the developments that have happened in engineering and technology has been inspired by requirements in science. So science and engineering are like two sides of the same coin, or brothers from the same mother. Okay, so something like that. So how do we go about finding planets around other stars? Okay, as it turns out, it's very difficult. It's not easy to discover planets around other stars. There are some great barriers or challenges in discovering extrasolar planets. So extrasolar planets is a collective term for planets that are orbiting around other stars. These are also sometimes called exoplanets. So it's an umbrella term for any planet that's orbiting other star beyond the confines of the solar system. So what are the challenges? I'm sure many of you have seen this picture. Okay, this is widely circulated in social media and it's there in many school textbooks. So this is a picture to scale of the planets of our solar system and the sun. So this big orange thing over here is the sun, and these are the planets of the solar system, and this picture is to scale, which means that the relative sizes shown here are true. And this picture I'm showing just to remind all of us that planets are incredibly small when compared to stars. For example, the biggest planet in our solar system, Jupiter, is about 10 times less in size compared to the sun, and Earth is 100 times smaller when compared to the sun. So planets are teeny tiny when compared to stars. And just to impress or just to emphasize that point further, here is a photograph taken by the Cassini spacecraft. Cassini was a spacecraft that was launched by the American Space Agency to study the outer planet Saturn. So from the distance of Saturn, Cassini looked at Earth, and this is Earth right here. Okay, this 1 pixel. So that means all the 6+ billion people and everything that we know is confined to that 1 pixel over there. And we have not even left the solar system. We are still within the solar system. We are looking back at Earth, and Earth looks like a tiny speck against the vastness of empty space. So again, the picture reminds us how small we are in this vast universe. So if planets are so tiny, now imagine discovering these planets around stars that are hundreds and thousands and tens and thousands of light years of distance from us. A light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. Just to put that number in perspective, a particle of light goes around the Earth, can go around the Earth 7 times in 1 second. And 1 light year is the distance that light would travel in 1 year. So when I say there are stars at thousands of light years, that is how long it takes light to reach us from those distant stars. And with those enormous distances separating us from the stars, if we just point our telescopes into the night sky, we will be seeing the stars, but the planets would be incredibly small. In fact, the stars themselves will appear as point sources. to us in the sky. Stars themselves will be like dots in the sky, and the planets, which are intrinsically much smaller when compared to stars, they will be even smaller. Okay, so this animation shows that the star itself is a point source. Now we talk about a planet that's orbiting around it. And the other challenge is that stars are incredibly bright when compared to planets. Okay, so just to give you an idea about how bright stars are compared to planets, if you're talking about the visible wavelength of the electromagnetic spectrum, I'm sure all of you know from your high school days and high secondary school days about the electromagnetic spectrum. So if you take the visible wavelength of the electromagnetic spectrum, the contrast in brightness between a star and a planet is 1,000,000,000 to 1. 1,000,000,000 is 1 followed by 9 zeros. So what that means is when you point your telescope at these distant stars, for every billion photon that you get from the star, you'll be getting 1 photon from the planet. So the best way to imagine this is, an analogy would be, imagine that there is a 1,000-watt floodlight, a stadium floodlight, and right next to that, there is a small LED light that is glowing. If you take a picture of it, okay, the LED light will be lost in the glare of the 1,000-watt floodlight. It's the same situation when astronomers try to discover planets around other stars. The stars are too bright for the planets to be seen next to them. So then those are the challenges. So then how do we go about discovering exoplanets, extrasolar planets? As it turns out, there are some really powerful indirect ways to establish the presence of planets around stars. And the reason why these are called indirect methods is because we don't directly see the planet, but we can infer the presence of a planet around a star by doing observations on the star. Okay, so this is what happens in these indirect methods. And two of the most successful indirect ways of establishing the presence of planets around stars, one is called the radial velocity method, and the other is called transit method. So I'm going to be talking about both these methods in some detail, and that will be like some of the presentation will be about that. So let's plunge into this radial velocity method. The physics behind this is very, very easy to understand. All you need is to remember your high school physics. That's all you need. It's not complicated at all. So let's try to understand this radial velocity method. Okay. Now, normally, when we study about planets and stars, at least in the context of the solar system, what we learn in textbooks and what is probably taught in schools is that planets are revolving around stars. This is what we learn. But in reality, the planet is revolving around the center of mass of the star planet system. So I'm sure all of you know what center of mass is. If you have two masses, the point where the forces from those two masses would balance out. So that's the center of mass. In the case of our solar system, planets are very small compared to the sun. So therefore, the center of mass is inside the sun itself. But you can think about a star planet system where the planet is sufficiently massive and close to the star. So there is a force of gravity that the star would exert on the planet. The planet would in turn exert the same amount of gravitational force on the star. Gravity is a mutual force. So there is a center of mass that can be outside the star. And as the planet revolves around the center of mass, the star will not remain stationary. It will also be going around the center of mass. It will also move around. The planet will be moving around in big circles. The star will be moving around in smaller circles. So that is what this animation shows here. Okay, so this is just a visualization. Imagine that there is a star and a planet. So they form a gravitationally bound system, and the planet is orbiting around the center of mass. The star doesn't remain stationary. It is also revolving around the center of mass in tiny circles. So what that means is, when we look at the night sky, if a star has a planet around it, then because of the gravitational pull from the planet, the star will not be stationary. It will be wobbling a little bit. It will be oscillating. And by measuring this oscillation, we can infer the properties of the unseen companion around that star. So this is called, this wobbling is called wobble motion or reflex motion. These are the terms that are used. Now, how do we measure this wobble motion? Okay, this is where it gets very exciting. How does one actually measure it? When we look at the sky, we cannot see the stars oscillating. I mean, all we see are these twinkling stars. So in order to be able to measure this wobbling, to find precision, what we need to do is we need to analyze the light coming from the star, and the analysis that is done is a spectrum of the star, light from the star is recorded. Now, most of you would have done this experiment in school, where you take a glass prism and you send white light through it, and the light gets dispersed into the rainbow of colors. So this is white light coming in, and that's the spectrum of white light. Okay? So you disperse the white light into its component colors. And this is exactly what is done to measure the motion of stars. Okay, so let's assume that this is a star, and that's a planet that is revolving around that star. Now, remember that in radial velocity method, we do not see the planet. Radial velocity method is an indirect way of discovering extrasolar planets. So we don't see the planet. Instead, our observation is confined to the star. But for illustration purposes, here they have shown the planet also, but we don't really see the planet. Now, this is a star, and we collect light from the star, and the bottom, this rainbow of colors that is shown is the spectrum of that light from the star. And in that spectrum, you can see some dark lines that are going down. Those are absorption lines produced by chemical elements, atoms and ions on the surface of the star. Okay, now watch what happens as the star wobbles. So as the star is wobbling, we see that the spectrum is shifting towards red, and then it is shifting back towards blue, and then it again is shifting back towards red. This is shifting back towards blue. Okay, does anyone remember from your higher secondary school days or from your physics class what this phenomenon is? When a source that is emitting light is moving towards us or going away from us, what happens to the light from it? Yes, I hear some terms, redshift, yes. So yeah, redshift and blue shift. So when a source that is emitting light is coming towards us, the light from it gets shifted towards higher energies. And when it's moving away from us, it gets shifted towards lower energies. So that's called Doppler effect. Okay. So that's exactly the same thing that happens. See, when we didn't pay attention to our school physics classes, we thought, it will never come and haunt us, but here it is. Okay. It's there for life. So I'll just play this animation once again. So you can see that the light is getting systematically blue shifted and red shifted. So that indicates that the star is not stationary. Instead, it is wobbling. And when it is coming towards us, the light is getting blue shifted. And when it goes away, it's getting red shifted. By measuring the time period of this wobble, and by measuring the amplitude of this wobble, how strong this wobble is, and by doing some orbital mechanics calculation, one can infer the properties of the unseen companion that is making the star do this wobble. Okay, so even if we do not see the extrasolar planet, by just measuring this wobble to find precision, we will be able to tell what is the mass of the companion that is making the star wobble, how far away the companion is from the star, what is the time period that it takes for the companion to go once around the star. So when I say companion here, what I mean is the extrasolar planet, which we have not seen. So this is the essence of radial velocity method. This is how exoplanets are discovered using radial velocity method. I will not go into the orbital mechanics calculations because we don't have time. So this is what is done. And let me just take you behind the scenes of how this is done. Some of you may have seen photographs of telescopes, observatories. Some of you may have had visited observatories, but here is how an observatory looks like. This is the European Southern Observatory's La Silla Observatory in Atacama Desert in Chile. And what you're seeing is the outside structure. So the telescopes are usually kept in a dome structure like this. If you go inside, this is how a telescope looks like. Okay, so not the kind of telescopes that you would have seen in science museums, etc. Telescopes are huge mechanical structures. In fact, in the design and construction of observatories, engineers play a very important role. Civil engineers do the land work, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers design telescopes and their control systems. So if you are an engineer, astronomy is a field in instrumentation. Development of astronomy is a field where you can actively engage in. So this is how a telescope looks like. And to record the spectrum, you need a spectrograph. Okay, and here is a picture of a spectrograph that is used for extrasolar planet studies. The spectrograph is called HARPS. Okay, it's high accuracy radial velocity planet searcher. That is the acronym for HARPS. And the spectrograph is kept inside a cylindrical chamber as seen here. Okay, and the reason why it's kept in a cylindrical chamber is because to measure the kind of wobble motion in stars, you need very high accuracy spectrographs. Okay, and what I mean by accuracy is that extremely stable spectrographs, and you cannot let the light get affected by anything. Okay, for example, wind or any kind of air motion should not affect it. So it's enclosed in a vacuum chamber. But if you split open this vacuum chamber, you will see the optical design inside. So there are lenses, there are reflecting mirrors, there are gratings which disperse the light into component colors. So optical engineers, they play a pivotal role in the design of these back-end instruments, which allow astronomers to make these fabulous discoveries. Okay, so yeah, again, engineering is extremely important. So coming back to this, that was just a quick detour to show you the kind of instruments that go into these discoveries. So the properties of extrasolar planets that come from radial velocity method are we can determine what's the mass of the planet. We can determine how far away the planet is from its star, how long it takes for the planet to go around the star, and also what the orbital shape is, whether the orbit is circular or eccentric. So this is the remarkable power of spectroscopy, is that even if we have not seen the planet, we have determined a whole lot of properties about the extrasolar planet using radial velocity method. So using this technique, back in 1995, astronomers discovered the first extrasolar planet around a star like the sun. So this discovery happened around a star called 51 Pegasi, which is a star in the direction of the constellation Pegasus. The star is at a distance of 50 light years from us. Okay, so this star was observed and it was found to wobble, it was found to oscillate, and this oscillation was measured, and they found out that the oscillation is consistent with that star having a planet around it. So that was the first discovery of an extrasolar planet in the year 1995. The discovery was made by these two Swiss astronomers, Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz, and in 1995 is when they discovered this extrasolar planet, and in 2019, almost 25 years later, both of them were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for this discovery. So this first discovery of extrasolar planet kind of ushered in a new era in this field of exoplanet studies. So the first discovery of a planet beyond the solar system, it was a shocking surprise, because if the only example of a planetary system that we had prior to 1995 was our own solar system. And all the theories about how planets form around stars, how they organize themselves around stars was based on this one example of our solar system. When 51 Pegasi was discovered, astronomers found out that the planet was completely unlike anything that we have here in our solar system. For example, here is Sun, and that is Mercury. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun. This is 51 Pegasi, the star. Okay, it looks very similar to the Sun in size and shape and etc. This planet was found to be as big as Jupiter, orbiting the star very close. In fact, the planet takes only about 5 days to go once around the star, which means in 1 week on Earth, the planet completes one orbit. And we don't have any such planet in our solar system. So the first discovery of a planet beyond the solar system itself was a surprise, and it threw a lot of open questions. How can huge planets form so close to stars? Would they be stable, etc.? So yeah. just push this aside. Okay, so now moving on to the next method, which is the transit method. This is the other indirect way of discovering extrasolar planets. Okay, transit method. In radial velocity, we were measuring the wobble motion. That's how we discovered planets. In transit method, instead, we monitor the brightness of stars. Okay. So we don't do any spectroscopy. All we do is we keep on monitoring the brightnesses of stars. And if the star has a planet around it, then as the planet transits in front of the star, as the planet moves in front of the star, for a brief duration, the planet will block a little bit of light from the star and the brightness of the star will dim down. Now, this phenomenon will reoccur when the planet completes one orbit around the star and comes again in the field of view. Now, remember that this is an animation. We don't actually see the planet. All we see are these dots in the sky, which are stars, and we just keep measuring the brightnesses of those stars and a periodic dip in the brightness. Periodic dip in the brightness is what we measure. And that measurement is what is used to infer the presence of a planet around it. Now, there are some things that you can immediately think about this. For one is, if the planet is big, then the dip in brightness will be larger because the planet is going to block out a larger amount of light. Okay. So, and if the star is really big, then even if a big planet comes in front, it's not going to block out a lot of light. So the relative size of the star and the planet is what we get from the dip in the brightness. And also, if you have multiple planets, then each planet will produce its own dip in brightness. So you have a big planet and a small one. The bigger one will produce a bigger dip in brightness and the smaller one will produce a smaller dip in brightness. So this technique is extremely powerful and it's been used to discover many planets around stars. So I'll just show you one graph. Okay, this is the only graph which I'm going to show. Rest are all pictures. So here is on the vertical axis is the brightness of a star, and on the horizontal axis is time of observation. So as you can see, you're monitoring the brightness of stars, and the brightness is more or less constant. Suddenly it dips down. Then again it picks up, and then again it dips down, and then again picks up. So this repetitive dip in brightness and the amplitude of that dip is what astronomers use to determine the size of planets. RP is the radius of the planet. So radial velocity method gives us the mass, transit method gives us the size. Okay, and in both cases, we have not seen even a glimpse of the planet. It's all based on indirect evidences, but very robust indirect evidences. Okay, so but there's nothing like actually seeing an extrasolar planet. Okay, these are all indirect methods, but the ultimate goal, the Rosetta Stone of this whole field is to actually see the planet. Okay, and that has been possible only very recently in the last 10 or 15 years. Okay, as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, there are some great challenges or there are some barriers in discovering extrasolar planets. Planets are incredibly faint and they are very far away from us, so they are very small. But it's been possible to do that in the last 10 to 15 years because of developments in the field of optical engineering and control systems. Okay, because of that, a new technology called adaptive optics has emerged, and adaptive optics is what is used to take pictures of extrasolar planets for real. So again, an advancement in the field of engineering has really propelled this field of exoplanet studies. So to help you understand why adaptive optics is required, let me show you an example. So here is a picture of us. This is an actual image. This is not an animation. It's an actual image taken by a telescope in space. Okay. And you can see all the point sources that you see in this picture. They are all stars that belong to our own galaxy. There's a small patch of sky that has been taken image with the telescope. If you look at that same patch of the sky with a telescope on ground, this is what you would see. Okay, so it's like, what I see now and what I see now. Okay, something like this. Okay, it's a very blurred version of it. And the reason for this blurring is that when we have a telescope on ground, we are looking through the dense atmosphere of Earth. And so the light that has traveled through thousands of years to reach us, once it enters the Earth's atmosphere, the wavefront gets distorted. You know that light travels as a wavefront also. The wavefront, which is plane parallel, gets distorted because of the turbulence in the Earth's atmosphere. So Earth's atmosphere has gases in different layers, and which means the index of refraction, the refractive index is different. So that results in distortions happening to the wavefront, and so the image gets very blurred. It's like, you dive into a swimming pool and you look at somebody standing outside, they're going to look very wavy and blurry. It's the same thing. So adaptive optics is a technology correct for this wavefront distortion.
ECE department.
Real time. So telescopes that are on ground, they are still looking through the Earth's atmosphere, but you have a back-end control system which will correct for the wavefront distortion in real time so that you can take sharper images of objects in the sky. So instead of me explaining this, I'll show you a nice video made by the European Southern Observatory of how this adaptive optics system works. And it's like a 2-minute long video. And as the video plays out, I will also explain what is going on. Okay. And meanwhile, you can sip on the juice that is being served. Sorry, I think we came back to the same slide. So here is a telescope. This is the Gemini South telescope. So the shutter of the telescope is I'll just wait for the juice to get served. Okay, so this is the Gemini South Observatory, and the dome of the telescope is retracted when you have to carry out observations. And what happens is, for adaptive optics to work, you need a standard reference source in the sky. And the standard reference source is artificially created in the sky by firing a high power laser into the sky. So this high power laser gets fired up into the sky. It goes about 90 kilometers above sea level. And at that level of the Earth's atmosphere, there is a layer of sodium that is present. So this sodium laser goes and excites the sodium atoms. The excited sodium atoms will fluoresce. They will emit light, and it produces an artificial star in the sky. The same patch of the sky that we are observing, it's called a laser guide star. So that's the artificial star, and you will measure the distortion that is happening to that artificial star. And then that distortion is measured and it is corrected for. In that process, you correct for the distortion of everything that is in the same field of view. So the light is coming onto the telescope. It's getting reflected multiple times. It is passing, it's going into the back-end instrument here. This is where the adaptive optics system and the imaging, the CCD camera is kept. So this is the AO system, adaptive optics system. The image gets finally recorded on a computer. Okay, so light comes. This is a deformable mirror, a mirror that can deform in real time. A part of the light is captured as an image, and a part of the light goes into this control system. So when there is no adaptive optics, as you can see, the image flickers a lot. Okay, so that is the distortion that happens. And that happens because the wavefronts that are coming in, the light that is coming in, is actually distorted because of the turbulence in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, once you switch on this control system, the control system measures the phase shift that is happening to the wavefront, and it deforms the mirror in real time. So it's a very thin sheet of glass coated with either gold or aluminum, and that the mirror gets deformed, and the deformation happens in the opposite direction of the distortion. Okay. And this response time of this control system is of the order of milliseconds and less. So it makes the image perfect. So this is how direct imaging of exoplanets work, and it significantly improves the resolution of images that we have. So using that technique, here is a picture of an extrasolar planetary system. This is not animation, this is real image. So in the center, what you see is a star, and the light from the star has been taken out through image processing. Around it, we see B, C, D, E. Each of them is a planet that is orbiting around that star. Okay. And the reason we know that these are planets and not just background stars is astronomers continuously monitor these systems, and they try to see whether those planets are revolving around the star. Okay, so that is how you establish whether there's planets. So what I'm going to show you next is a real set of images spanning 7 years of observations. Okay, but the video is not 7 years long, it's just 4 seconds long. So in the bottom, you see the duration of time, 2009. This time will flip from 2009 to 2016. So that is 7 years. This is the star. And these are the 4 planets that you saw earlier, B, C, D, and E. And just watch what happens. That's 7 years worth of data, okay, compressed into 4 seconds. So now imagine, I mean, if you are an alien astronomer sitting in one of these planets, and if you take a direct image of our solar system, this is what they would see. They will probably see Jupiter, Saturn, etc. going around the sun like this. Here is another example. Beta Pictoris is a star which is not very far away from us, and there is a companion planet. And this has been possible because of adaptive optics. So from indirectly discovering extrasolar planets, we are now beginning to see the presence of planets around other stars. The last 5 minutes or so, I'll just quickly take you through what is currently happening in the field. So 1995 is when the first extrasolar planet was discovered. It's been 30 years, okay, which is a very, very short time if you think about how science unfolds. But in that 30-year time period, the number of extrasolar planets that we know has swelled in number. Now we know of more than 4,500 planets orbiting around various stars. So this is a histogram. This histogram shows the number of planets discovered as a function of year. It's a cumulative histogram, which means whatever data point is here is added to the next one. This is added to the next one. This is added to the next, so on and so forth. And these colors represent the different techniques. I only covered radial velocity, transit, and I showed you some examples of direct imaging, but there are half a dozen other techniques that have been very successful in discovering planets. But you can see that the graph is dominated by radial velocity and transit method. Those are the techniques that have been most successful. So from knowing 0 exoplanets 25 years ago to 4,500 plus planets as we speak. So then the more important question is, are these planets Earth-like? Okay, which is the next question that we want to answer. And what we mean by Earth-like is a planet with a dense atmosphere at the right distance from the star, so that temperatures are favorable for water to exist in liquid form. Because we know that water is an important ingredient for life. It's an essential precursor for life. So the presence of water can be one of the factors that are required for life as we know it. So how many of these planets are Earth-like? That is the most important question. Now, it's impossible to travel to these exoplanets. Even with the current propulsion technology, it will take hundreds of years to reach them. So what we can do now is remote sensing, which means sit here on Earth and collect data and speculate on, hypothesize on the habitability of these planets. So that is what is happening in the field of exoplanets right now. From discovering extrasolar planets, we are now discovering the atmospheres of those exoplanets also. And discovering the atmospheres is important because it can tell us whether the planet has life or not. And to explain that, let me take the example of our own solar system. So here are 3 planets. Venus and Mars are the planets that are closest to Earth. Okay. And they are almost at the same distance. Venus is a little closer and Mars is a little further away. If you look at these 3 rocky planets, there are a lot of things that are common between Venus and Mars's atmosphere. And Earth is completely different, okay, from that. Venus and Earth, Mars's atmosphere the predominant gas is carbon dioxide, CO2, which is a strong greenhouse gas. Now, Venus has a very dense atmosphere, and this dense atmosphere is entirely made of CO2, which makes Venus a very hot planet. The surface temperature on Venus is enough to melt even lead. Okay, so it's very, very hot. Mars has a very wispy, thin atmosphere, but it is also made of CO2. Whereas if you look at Earth's atmosphere, about 20%, 1 part in 5 of Earth's atmosphere is made of oxygen. But this has not been the case always. In the early years of the solar system, Mars, Venus, and Earth had very similar atmospheric composition. All three of them had CO2 in abundance. Now, what resulted in the transformation of Earth's atmosphere is the emergence of life. So with the formation of first life forms, which are cyanobacteria and microbial life forms, blue-green algae on oceans, these organisms produce their energy. Metabolism happened through anaerobic processes, which means they took in carbon dioxide and gave off oxygen as a byproduct. This is called the Great Oxidation Event, and it happened roughly 2.5 billion years ago. And with the proliferation of early life forms, the Earth's atmosphere got transformed from a reducing atmosphere to a oxic or oxygen-rich atmosphere. So if all life on Earth were to vanish right now, the abundance of oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere will shrink to almost zero in a period of 100,000 years or so. Most of the oxygen will dissolve into either Earth's oceans, or some of it will react with the minerals on the surface and will corrode those minerals. So the presence of oxygen, water vapor, etc. on the Earth's atmosphere is because of the presence of life. Now, this information can be used to determine whether these worlds that we are discovering far away from us, these extrasolar planets, are harboring life or not. Okay. So if we record the spectrum of light from these extrasolar planets. So for example, for comparison, we always come back to the solar system because that's the place where we can study these things in great detail. This is Venus, Earth, and Mars, and these are the spectra of Venus, Earth, and Mars. Okay. When we look at the spectrum of Venus, Earth, and Mars, we see the absorption from carbon dioxide, but Earth's spectrum also shows absorption from O3, ozone, and also water vapor, which is not present on Venus and Mars. So these molecules like O3 and water vapor, they are called biomarkers, and the discovery of biomarkers would signify that there is an underlying biomass on the extrasolar planet. So the search for biomarkers in exoplanets is currently the most happening thing in the field. December 24th or any day after that, the James Webb Space Telescope is going to be launched into outer space. I don't know whether you are following news. JWST is the successor to Hubble Space Telescope. It is going to be put in the L2 Lagrangian point orbit. And one of the main science goals of JWST is to discover these biomarker molecules in the atmospheres of exoplanets. So the time is not far when I'm sure we will be hearing a newspaper report saying that in some exoplanet atmosphere, the spectrum that JWST or some other satellite has recorded is showing evidence for molecules that is of biological origin. Okay, so that is one more step towards answering this larger question. So I just want to finish my talk, last 1 minute, by saying that, this is a picture that probably we encountered in our kindergarten textbook or in our lower primary textbook when we first learned about the planets of the solar system. So we have the sun, and closer to the sun, we have the rocky planets, and further away, we have the large gas giant planets. And these planets are going around the sun, etc., all those things. But this picture is getting rewritten as we discover extrasolar planets around other stars. And we are finding that there is a huge diversity in the way planets organize themselves around stars and the kind of properties that they have. And the other important takeaway from the discoveries that have happened in the last 25 years is that now we know that almost every star that we see in the night sky has at least one or more planets revolving around them. It's just a matter of discovering. So next time when you are out in the dark looking at the night sky, you see these twinkling stars in the sky, you have to imagine in your head that there are planets revolving around them. And if each star has at least one planet around it, then what that means, one or more planets around it, then what that means is that there are probably more planets in our universe than stars. Okay. And what is even more fascinating is that this is a representation of how our own galaxy, the Milky Way, looks like. We cannot take a picture of the Milky Way galaxy like this because we are inside the Milky Way. But suppose we could go out of the Milky Way and take a picture. This is how our galaxy would look. There are roughly 200 billion stars in our galaxy, and our own solar system is about 2/3 the distance from the center. So this red dot is the solar system. All the 4,500 planets that we have discovered so far have been discovered by looking at some finite sample of stars in the immediate solar neighborhood. Most of our own galaxy is yet to be explored. So if we are living indeed in a universe that is full of planets, then that really increases the odds of at least one of those planets having conditions that are conducive for life, conditions that are favorable for life. So coming back to this original question of are we alone in this universe, or is the Earth the only place where life is present? We do not have an answer for that yet, but we are at least one step closer towards addressing that question in a scientifically meaningful way. So I would like to leave you with this very interesting quote from Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction writer. The question of whether we are alone in this universe, it still looms large, but as Arthur C. Clarke said, there are two possibilities. Either we are alone in this universe, either there is a cosmic loneliness to our existence, or we are not, and both are equally interesting prospects. So with that, let me conclude the presentation. And
Thank you so much, sir, for the amazing session on the different worlds beyond our own and for enlightening us about the recent advancements in astrophysics. As a token of our love and gratitude, we would like to present Dr. Anand Narayanan with a memento. I invite Mr. Shankar J, Chair, Organizing Committee, AISYWLC'21 for the same.
Thank you so much, Anand sir. Thank you, Shankar sir. IEEE's first society, the Signal Processing Society, has been the world's premier professional society for signal processing scientists. It serves its members through high-quality publications, conferences, technical and educational activities, and leadership opportunities. Now, we have a short session on IEEE Signal Processing Society by Professor KVS Hari, the Vice President, Membership IEEE SPS. We cordially invite Professor Hari to join us online today. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir, you're perfect.
Okay, great. So let me, good morning to all of you and warm welcome. I'm very happy that many of you are viewing this and in person. We had a wonderful talk just before this. So I will present about the IEEE Signal Processing Society. So let me see if I can share my screen. Just give me a minute. Okay, sometimes it doesn't show up. So just give me. Sorry for the delay. Okay, let me see if I. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Yes. Okay, so let me quickly give you an overview. I think all of you know about signal processing. You must have taken a course and you have seen a lot of signal processing activity or tools required in the previous talk. So signal processing is the enabler technology to meet the challenges of the 21st century. And what does signal processing do? It models and analyzes data representations of physical events to extract information. So these models can be based on insight on the physical event, which are the traditional model-based approaches, or can be extracted automatically using training data, which is machine learning. So machine learning, AI, all these require signal processing, and signal processing in some sense is fundamental to all problems which we like to solve. The society, as was mentioned, is the world's premier professional society, of course, IEEE, and IEEE is the first society of, SPS is the first society of IEEE. And what do we do as a society? We try to cultivate connection between the members and the advances in signal processing through high quality publications, conferences, technical and educational activities, and also provide leadership opportunities. So basically the society cultivates advances in signal processing, keeps members abreast of the latest information and technologies, and then very importantly, gives members the opportunity to influence the future of signal processing. So the future of signal processing is in your hands. And we provide that opportunity and the exciting journey ahead. Now, in order to sort of see what the Signal Processing Society does in terms of being current with different topics, you can see that the Signal Processing magazine is a publication which is not like a research transactions journal, but more in terms of articles where students and industry professionals and researchers can read and understand in reasonably simple technical language about what is happening in the field. So it is not like a pure research journal, nor is it like a regular newspaper article, but more technical, but enough mathematics and less of mathematics and more of diagrams and block diagrams to understand what is happening in the field. So this is a very important publication of our society. And as you can see, it spans different topics. You can look at the first one is for large scale learning. Then you have machine learning from distributed streaming data, computational MRI, which is a very important health and bio medical signal processing topic, brain inspired computing, brain analytics, then neuro rehabilitation and assistive technologies. We also, if you see, assisted living technologies is part of the signal processing society's activities. Smart vehicles, autonomous driving, Internet of Things, radar systems, and then monitoring critical infrastructure, like you want to do smart health monitoring of buildings. You have sensors embedded in buildings and you want to find whether the building has cracks being developed, the strain and stress of structures, which are useful for very critical infrastructure. Then biometrics, all of you must be using them. And then cybersecurity. A lot of signal processing tools are used in these topics, okay? And they are very critical for a system, a signal processing system. So the society covers a lot of topics. And so how does it benefit you, right? How does it benefit you as an IEEE Signal Processing Society member? If you look at a member journey map, you start off as a student. All of us started off as students, and then some of you may go and do your master's. And then you have an opportunity if you want to become an academic researcher, or you can be in the non-research, but you still can be in academia. You can become an industry researcher, industry practitioner. Of course, you will be a volunteer, and then you can be an entrepreneur, right? In all these all these options are there, or you could also join the government. All these options are there even after the first circle of student, but we are just presenting it as possibilities at every stage. Actually, after every circle of what you see, these possibilities arise. And your IEEE journey would be student member, graduate student member, senior member, and then either mid-career or late career, you can become a fellow of the IEEE. So in some sense, the Signal Processing Society offers various offerings to all grades of membership of the IEEE. So the first column looks at the goals of IEEE, and the first row shows you the grade of membership. So if you are an SPS student member and you're an undergraduate student, you will have access to Signal Processing Digital Library, keeping technically current. You have a lot of opportunities to travel to conferences once things become normal, travel grants, and participate in challenges like the SP Cup and VIP Cup. These are global challenges which are usually held at ICASP and ISIP. These are flagship conferences where these challenges are held. Professional networking, so we usually have events for student career opportunities. And for continuing education, resource center education materials. So we are going to revamp the resource center. We have a new thrust of having the education board, which we feel that signal processing education requires a lot of attention and certain geographies, and especially in this country, to provide good quality education material easily accessible, and members will have access to various recorded tutorials, recorded lectures, and you can also earn some credits. The humanitarian programs is very important for the society, and we like to have this activity going in a strong manner. So if you go to the graduate student, similar offerings. For a young professional who would have just graduated, got into a job, we are also thinking of providing awards. We're going to have separate young professional meetups, and you can earn credits via the resource center. Similarly, for industry, academia, and researcher. So the Signal Processing Society provides a lot of offerings in this. Now, to become a member, obviously, you need to be an IEEE student member if you're a student, and it's only $1 for membership. And I would strongly encourage all student members to avail this facility of joining this society just for $1. And for members who are not students, it's only $11 for IEEE members. So, and you will have access to the Signal Processing Magazine, the Content Gazette, the Resource Center, and you'll have access, not just the Resource Center, not just has educational content, but also has databases. So if you want to do work on databases where you need data for machine learning experiments, you have access to databases also. So the membership of IEEE will certainly benefit, and I strongly recommend that people do think of becoming members of the Signal Processing Society. One very important initiative which we have in Signal Processing Society is about diversity and inclusion. We believe strongly in promoting diversity in signal processing. Diversity and inclusion are pillars of innovation, and we do acknowledge that there is a very small percentage of SPS membership where women and underrepresented minorities are there. We want to change that. So we strongly encourage a diverse and inclusive society. So this progress workshop, it's basically to motivate and support women and underrepresented minorities to pursue academic careers in signal processing. In future, we will be expanding for other things, but right now we focus on academic career. So if you're a PhD student who wants to join a faculty position, we will hold workshops. We have provided mock interviews so that you can practice the way you present, the questions you need to ask. And we had started it last year, and it was very encouraging, and we hope to expand it there. So you have a lot of volunteer opportunities. We have more than 1,000 volunteer leaders, and you can join technical activities groups. You can help in organizing conferences, events. And as I said, diversity inclusion is very, very important for us. So we do have an events app, SPS Events app, where you can access, you can download. It's available both for Android and iOS. You can access the web pages through this app, IEEE SPS Events. You can download it and use it app. If you have any questions, you can contact the SPS team, Jessica, Teresa, George, and Jackie, or you can follow them on the social media, and otherwise you can send a mail to me, and I'll be very happy to help. So that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. But I understand that you're short of time, so I'm okay either way.
Thank you very much for spending your valuable time here with us today, sir. For all those who are intrigued right now by the IEEE Signal Processing Society and is interested in knowing more about it, kindly fill the Google Forms that have been shared in the Zoom chat as well as the delegates WhatsApp group.
It is said that people don't build business. You build people, and then people build a business. With that, we present before you an interactive session on creativity in the modern world, sponsored by EduRep.
Before moving on to the session, let me give a quick brief description of our speaker, Varun Dagirala. Is one of the leading conversationalists in the modern content and business landscape. He is the co-founder of The Glitch in 2009 and has since helped grow it to being one of the premier new age creative agencies in the country. Through his popular podcast, Advertising is Dead, Mr. Varun talks about the changes and disruptions in the world of business. He also posts a twice weekly audio blog podcast called The Varun Dagi Show and writes a weekly newsletter Unschooled on stuff he's learning and consuming. I won't be taking any more of your valuable time. Let us virtually welcome our speaker, Mr. Varun Dagirala. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I have just realized that my background is mirrored, so I'm just going to quickly change that out before you guys are wondering why am I looking ulta. I don't know if this helps. If it doesn't help, please let me know, the organizers in the DM. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me today. Bright and I wouldn't say bright and early, almost towards lunchtime on a Saturday. I was also running through the last presentation, and I'm wondering if I'm largely underprepared because mine doesn't have too many technical things there. I've actually taken a very different approach on talking about creativity. So let me first project my screen, and then we'll kick right off. Perfect. I'm hoping you can see my screen. If you can't see my screen, let me know. I will do something about it. Chat. Perfect. Okay. So when I was asked to talk about creativity in the modern world, I was intrigued because in many ways we are living in the most creative time. Or rather the largest creative opportunity for humanity at this point of time, right? And I kind of sat back and ran through a bunch of pieces. Like, how can we, before we get into where creativity stands today, where it's going tomorrow, it's important to kind of dig into where it's kind of been. But before we get into any of those things, let me first tell you a little bit about me. My presentations are generally like this. They look like they've been made by a kid in kindergarten. This is what I love to, how I love to present. So you will see a lot of these kind of things in my presentation. So you'll have to bear with me on that. My name is Varun Dugirala. I grew up in a place called Kakinada on the coast of Andhra Pradesh. Spent a large part of my early years there. Came from a family, which is typical South Indian family. Half my family was doctors, half of them were engineers. All the doctors stayed in India, all the engineers went to the US. So pretty standard in that sense. So I pursued engineering. I was in Bangalore. I pursued mechanical engineering, and from there, at some point, I realized that's not what I really wanted to do. Eventually ended up studying filmmaking, worked for MTV and Channel V for a certain amount of time, worked across everything from reality shows to directing stuff around Bollywood and many other things. And in 2009, me and my best friend, who was also working at Channel V at that time with me, we decided to quit our jobs. Now, we quit our jobs 1 year after the largest recession the world had seen, because we thought we wanted to do something else. And what we wanted to do was, okay, what can we do on the internet? Because we saw the internet as an opportunity for us to do the creative work we were doing in music television, but take it online in that sense. So we started a company called The Glitch. So in 2009, two of us out of our apartment started a company called The Glitch. And over the last many years, I sometimes lose count, it's for 10, 12 years now. We built an organization which does a bunch of things. We work with brands across the world. We're a 400-member team across, 2 offices in India, but we're globally connected because we are part of a global network called WPP. We work with everybody from a Netflix and a Hotstar on one end to a Unilever and Diageo, Johnny Walker, everybody else on the other end, right? So and LinkedIn is another client of ours. So okay, a large set of clients, new age, old school, everybody else, but as you build that out, what we've also been able to do is build in a certain kind of culture. We're an extremely diverse culture. We are largely women in leadership. We've always had a balance over there, something we always wanted from day one. Neither of us ever chose to be CEO. Pooja, who is our CEO, came in as someone to kind of lead our sales vertical and became our CEO. So we've taken a slightly non-traditional approach to build a creative company. But as I look at this entire journey and what I did after that as a podcaster and as a creator, which I will come to a little later in this conversation, I want to take a step back and run you by something which I put together as an exercise for myself, which made me understand what my own creativity is. Because while we talk about what we can do out there, it's important to kind of think about what is intrinsically in you as a person, because all of us are creative. So if somebody tells you you are not creative, that is not true at all. We are all creative as human beings. We just sometimes forget what that part is. So this is an exercise I do quite often with many people who ask me about creativity, is that I actually ask them to think of their minds, to think of all your minds right now as a farm, right? All our minds are like a farm. And when you look at our minds as a farm, there is technically, from the time we were born, there are 3 kinds of animals in our mind. There is a career animal, which is residing there. There is a creative or a creator animal, and there's a soul animal. Now, when we're born, we're pretty much born with just the creative animal, right? And I think of everybody as kids, you're always doing stuff which seems like it's creatively inclined. Everything from building with blocks or playing in the sandpit to anything you did had a creative ring to it. And that's what also kind of built your soul in. It built your soul into saying, okay, when my soul is filled with stuff which is extremely creative, extremely energizing in that side. And somewhere along the way, I think when little after we start school, the career animal comes in. The career animal's obviously got a larger personality, walks in and says, okay, guys, I'm the boss now. We're going to focus on our careers. We're going to learn everything that can to build a career, build a future for ourselves, get more secure. We need to grow up, right? And the career animal always has that focus. Okay, let's focus on the future. Let's focus on the long term. Let's do all of that stuff. And what has traditionally always happened is, as this goes on, your creative animal becomes less energetic, takes less of your time, almost becomes, goes into that box you call hobbies. Right, whatever creative you might want to do, even if you like to paint as a kid, if you like to, anything you would like to do, which was not career worthy, becomes a hobby. And in many ways, your soul animal, which is in many ways the balance of your career and your creator animal, sees their balance go entirely towards the career animal over there. And this has always happened. This has happened for a long, long time. And and it is important to do as you project towards where the future is headed and what we can do today. And let me explain why. Is because we need to understand what our creator animal was. All of us, as when we were much younger, before we understood what a career was and what building a future for ourselves with certain level of financial freedom, certain level of stability was, you need to first think about, what did you enjoy doing? What were those things? Which of these were you, right? Were you this cute looking octopus? Were you okay, I'm just going to stop describing each of the images there. I'm sure you all get what these images look like. So to make this interesting for you, I want you to right now answer 2 questions. And these are 2 important questions for you to answer for yourself, to even figure out how you're going to use any of the stuff I'm going to talk about later. What did you love doing as a kid, which you don't get enough time to do now? Think of just like 1, 2, how many other things? There's no limit to this. It can be 1, it can be 100. What do you love doing as a kid, which you don't get enough time to do now? Think about what those things were and put them down on paper right now, and scribble them wherever you can. And what are the things that you enjoyed doing as you've grown up? Because sometimes you find things a little later in life. You find things, a little ahead in life. And we also say, okay, this would have been fun to do even when I was younger. I might want to do this later, but I don't have the time. There are so many of those things. I have my answers to those, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I want you to spend a moment and look at these 2 questions. I'm going to repeat them. What did you love doing as a kid, which you don't get enough time to do right now? And what are the things you've enjoyed doing as you've grown up, which you keep wishing you had more time to do? These 2 questions form the core of any creative pursuit in whichever era you live in. It's the foundation of what you can actually do, what you can actually build, where you can actually kind of go with it, right? So I'm going to give you guys a moment with this, and I'm going to move on to the next one, which is to say that while we're doing all of this, it's very easy to bash the poor career animal, right? You always think of the career animal as this big villain saying, okay, I'm having to do this as a job so that I can make money, or I'm like, I don't need to get through this 9 to 5, just so that I can move on to doing stuff which I enjoy, right? These are statements you will often hear from people who have been working for a while now, who have actually had a career for some time. And what you need to understand is your career animal isn't negative. There are far too many positives to the career animal, because if you have stability in your life, be it from how you live your life, be it from how you are financially sorted, from even what you kind of learn as you work on something that is a lot more structured, that can help you in every part of your life. So the career animal in many ways is one of the almost like the foundational elements of your life. So never think of it as negative. Think of it as a little cute shark with that nice smiley face on it, right? I think that's an important way to visualize your career animal, because it's not negative. It's not something that is bad for you. It is rather, in many ways, it is actually very good for you. So at this point, you must be wondering, did this person come to the wrong presentation? Is this person in the wrong event? What is going on here? Why I put that exercise at the beginning, and I always love to do that exercise many times when I do these conversations, is that you need to understand that life isn't a game of career or creativity, right? It doesn't have to be a choice, but for a very long time, it has been a choice, hasn't it? Right? The creator animal has struggled. People who had creative intentions, creative abilities, which they could have pursued, could not do those for many reasons pre-internet, right? Let's say you're someone who was an artist, you're a photographer, you're someone who liked to make stories, create stories in your mind. You were at some point, you told yourself as you grew up that, okay, this is not viable because I won't be able to build a foundation for myself with it, right? How will I survive? How will I make money? How will I, the many hows to that. And these were the primary questions. In many ways, the creative pursuit in our lives has always been a good to have. It's not a must have. It is also why many times when I talk about careers, creative careers never really came to the top. You'd always go more technical, go more business, you always look at stuff which would kind of help. And that's because we also came from a time where everything was industrialized, everything was technical focused. But that is fast changing. And to understand why that is fast changing, you need to realize one simple fact, is that the reason why creativity was not something we pursued as much before is because there are a few things that we've always had to contend with. Number one is that where you are in the world was a strong factor. If you were not in a city, in a main city, you were, let's say, like I come from a small town. You know, if you grew up in a small town or you didn't have access to a lot of things, what would you even do? How would you get something out there? How would that be? You know, how would that grow for you? Secondly, we had many ideas, but we always had a barrier to getting those ideas executed, right? Let's say you were someone who could actually visualize something really interesting, but you didn't know how to create it. You didn't know how to kind of go ahead and put something out there, which was your creative pursuit, because any tool you require, let's say you want to make a short film, you had to, cameras were expensive, processing it, editing it, all that stuff was so expensive, right? So you didn't pursue that. And you also didn't know how to even get it out there. Let's say you make a film, how would people even watch it? Let's say you write something down, how would someone read it? It's and that list goes on. So in many ways, our geography in terms of where we were at any point of time, our ideas and what they required, and the medium to really put them out there were the three primary barriers in a pre-internet age, in a pre-social age, which stop people from looking at creativity as a strong way to build their own pursuits. But that's changed, right? Think about the three elements I just spoke about. Today, you can be anywhere in the world with just access to the internet, and you are at a level playing field. You might be in Bombay, you might be in Kakinada, you might be in Kunur, you might be in, I'm just trying of another, Ludhiana. And you can still have the same level of access because you're all plugged into the same internet. You all have access to the same audience. And what's also happened is that tools have become easier. Today, all you need is, in many ways, I can't find my phone, is to just pick up your phone. Your phone, in many ways, is the biggest toolkit that you can have for creativity. That is something which I was talking to one of the some of the content creators sometime back, and he said something. He said, we are right now with a generation that has been born with tools of creation in their hands from day one. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter. She knows how to take videos. She does a bunch of stuff on AR filters on her phone. She's 4.5, and it is almost first nature to her. She knows, you know, she will draw something on a piece of paper. She'll take a photo of it, taking my phone, and then she'll figure a way to scribble further on it. Right? She's doing multimedia art just because she wanted to, not because anybody taught her to. And she can today, if we wanted her to, or if we open that up to her, could share it with the world. I mean, you can put it up on Instagram, you can tweet it out, there's so many different ways to put your creativity out there. And that in many ways has become the foundational difference that the internet has done to creativity. Creativity today has no barriers of geography, no barriers of tools required, because all you need is a phone, which in many ways has become almost democratically available across the board. And you also have enough mediums to share it with. But creativity isn't just something which we've always perceived as creative. Writing code in many ways is creative. To be able to put your creative thought process out there through a right set of code is in many ways one of the most, I would say, the highest level of creativity is coming from coders today. And there are ways to kind of scale that out as well. But before we go ahead, this is a line I came across some time back, right? Casey Neistat is one of my favorite all-time creators. He started creating one film a day. If I remember, he did it for 2 to 3 years. Every day he made one film about something that was happening around him, right? And most times he kept saying that you need to do what you can't. You're always told there's something you can't do. The internet allows you to be able to do it. And you should never be able to say, you should never turn around and say, oh, I can't do it. No, you can. You have everything available to you. All you need to do is to kind of get up and say, okay, I'm going to do it right now. So that's the most important part about where creativity stands today, is that you can do what you've always been told you can't. And that's where I want to bring in my own creative journey. Till 2018, I was focused on building the agency, building the business. That was glitch. And in 2018, in a random coincidence, I ended up going as a guest on someone's podcast. Now, I was not a podcast listener. I was also someone who never thought, generally not very confident to give presentations like these or keynotes like this. Always someone who thought, and I have a problem with speaking too fast. Even now I'm speaking because in my head I'm telling myself to speak slowly because I speak very quickly. And I was always averse to putting anything creative which I would create. So which is I always focused on the business side of what we were building. But I was asked to be a guest on a podcast. And as I went to be a guest on a podcast, the guys who were producing it, this company called IBM, asked me if I want to host my own podcast. Because at that point of time in 2018, there were no podcasts on marketing and advertising. And I don't come from a traditional marketing and advertising background, but I said, I can talk about how things have changed. I can talk about how every single aspect of how advertising, marketing, creativity, business, the media has fast changed in the last decade and continues to fastly evolve especially over the last 2 years. Now, so I could talk about that. So I started having conversations with people from across the industry week on week for the last almost 155 odd weeks, right? About 150, 156 episodes in to the show called Advertising is Dead. And as I was doing this, it taught me a bunch of things. It taught me a bunch of things towards the later part of my own entrepreneurial career, right? It taught me how to kind of look at being a creator, being one of the most, I would say, it's the best thing you can do for you to be better at everything else. It will make you better as a professional. It will make you, in many ways, also makes you more interesting as a person, right? Even personally, right? You'll have more things to talk about. You'll have more things. You open up your mind. It's like this 20 light bulbs go off in your head. And I started off with one podcast. Sometime last year, I started my second podcast, which is called The Varun Duggi Show, where I said, okay, let me just do one thing. Let me take away my need to have somebody else in this to make a piece of content. The Varun Duggi Show is entirely done end to end by me with no fancy gadgets. I do it literally off my phone many times or this laptop. I put it together by myself and put out 2 episodes a week. So that makes it 3 podcasts a week, right? One for Advertising is Dead and 2 episodes for the Varun Duggi Show. Then sometime late last year, I decided that I want to write a book. So I did something which is non-traditional, is I started a newsletter because I want to understand how my writing skill can be so I can understand myself. But I also wanted to focus on what people would react to, what people would like, not like, understand from that. And because of that, my newsletters now over the last year, not massive audience, but 2,000 people read it every week. The interesting part is 2,000 people have subscribed and close to 2,000 people read it every week. So everybody who has subscribed continues to read largely, which is an interesting stat, which I figured. And because of that, somewhere early this year, I got a book deal. So I have a book coming out next year. And it came on the back of me actually having a newsletter and an audience across my content. And so on and so forth. Right? So I've added there, I've tried to do video content, I have vlogged. I'm a person, I said, okay, what is it beyond my career and beyond, let's say, business and advertising and beyond writing that I want to talk about? I realized I want to talk about me being a father. I want to talk about, I've had my own issues with fitness and how I feel about myself. And I thought, okay, maybe I can talk about that. And that's become another avenue for creative output for me, right? So at some point, I have multiple creative outputs, all having almost built an audience, built a way for it to help also in my day job, because all these things help me in my day job. And I'll get into all of that as well. So this has been my creative journey, right? So the last 3 years has not just been about, okay, let's make something as a creative person, put it out there, but to really tap into every single kind of audience, single kind of ways to grow it. And in many ways to use all of those in my day job. So I'm able to give more information to the people in my organization. I'm able to operate better because I know what's happening around a lot more than I did before. And that brought me to, let's distill down, what are the key things that I have actually learned? When I look at the key things that I've actually learned, these would be the things. I'm continuing with the funny drawings here. we, to be a truly creative person in today's world, you need to constantly be on learning mode. You can never claim to know all of it because things are fast evolving, things are changing. So for instance, if you were a brand today who was like, think of a brand 5 years ago, but doing, let's say 3 to 4 television commercials in a year at maximum, a couple of print ads, and maybe a few social media posts. Today, a brand creates 10,000 pieces of creative content in a year at least. So it's scaled to that much. And to scale to that much doesn't only require you to understand how creativity has evolved. It's about how do you kind of put so much creative output out there? How do you push it all out there? And that's happened primarily because of this explosion, right? But how people can actually create far faster, far better, and far cheaper. So if you are on constant learning mode and you are curious about, okay, how is someone doing this? How does someone create an AR filter? How does someone make a YouTube video? How does someone understand the analytics on any of these platforms? The more you do those pieces, the more you learn, and it pays you back with interest because you are someone who has learned more about pieces around the world, which can be helpful to you. What it also lets you do, and this is one of the primary things which every single business, every single professional, every single creator out there is beginning to learn, is it helps you build a feedback loop. Traditionally, creativity was always put something out there, you don't necessarily get a reaction back, right? You get a few people who you might show it to, like I have a piece of art I've made, I have written some code out there, but I'm not, and that's it. Very few people give me feedback. But because of the internet and because of what it avails, let's say you're a coder today. You have written a great piece of code which other people can use. You put it up on a GitHub, and suddenly everybody has access to that code. People will help make yours better. But in many ways, they're also giving you feedback. So you're learning from them as to how in their own use cases of your code as to how that can become better. You're putting, let's say, you're writing out there on a Substack. People are also kind of commenting on that and letting you know. You're making obviously YouTube and Instagram and podcasts. And so you're creating this loop. And this loop also teaches you things. It teaches you not just what the audience wants, but how they think. Because oftentimes what they want is not what they think. And you learn that thinking part over time. What it also lets you do is that there has always been this perception of creativity, creative people as these, these artists who are walking around looking, up into the sky in solitude, but waiting for perfection to happen. But creativity today is no longer about perfection. It is about putting stuff out there, learning from the reaction, changing stuff around, and going back and recalibrating it, right? This is how all brands work. This is how all creators work. This is how every piece of creative output today works, is that you test, you learn from the testing, you tweak things around, you recalibrate it, and you go back to the test mode. And this cycle is the most important aspect of the internet, is that you are creating multiple versions of a piece of creative and you're learning from it. And this also opens up many opportunities for you to do different things and actually learn from that. And what this entire pipeline also helps build out is that you discover a whole new world of collaboration. Because as you put more stuff out there, as you are testing more things out, you will have someone reach out and say, maybe I can help you with that. I've had many times over the last couple of years have put a piece of content out there and someone reached out to me saying, oh, you haven't transcribed your video, where you've broken it up into sections also. Can I help you do that? Or someone say, okay, your editing seems to be a little amateurish. Can I help you with the editing over there? And so on and so forth. There's in many ways I've had people reach out and saying, we can help you with this because I like what you're doing. I can help you make it better. And you do the same as that. You find someone's content, you find what someone's putting out there, and you in many ways say, okay, this is great. I'd love to kind of jam with you and kind of figure this one out. And that's how you figure this whole new world of collaboration. I today work with people from across the country on my content. I have someone in Dehradun, someone in Jaipur, someone in Bombay. I've in the past worked with people who are internationally in different places. And all because we're just sitting in front of these screens and we're putting stuff together, and it's seamless. And it allows us to be far richer in our minds because you also learn that there are some things that you can do by yourself, and there's some things you can collaborate with others for. And as organizations have grown in the past, you've always seen that everything becomes a team effort, everything becomes multiple people together. But you can also be someone who has something that you really specialize in, really do, and you can just do it by yourself, and you can plug into the internet, you can actually get it all out there and work with many people, right? So you actually also grow personal skills, which is not just group skills. And by doing all of these things, you find your own unique perspective, because that is the one core thing about each of our creative animals, is that we all have, as much as we would like to believe that we are all the same, we all have our own unique perspective on how we look at the world, how we create, how we build. And as you do all these pieces, the internet is allowing you, creativity in today's world is allowing you to build your own unique perspective by not just putting yours out there, but also getting somebody's perspective back at you. And that's why it works both ways. Your perspective evolves because of the perspectives you kind of take in from others around you. And as you take more people's perspectives, you also find curiosity in going towards things which are outside of what was your area of focus. I, for instance, have learned so much around wellness and fitness and everything else because I just started to talk about the fact that I was interested in that space. I've discovered so much about creating, or rather writing, which I didn't know, because I just collaborated with so many people who were writing and putting content out there. What it also then does is it allows you to kind of merge your creative and your career animals together. Because your career animal might today be focused on your day job and what you're doing in your career, and you're building towards, that's a long-term focus. How do I build my career? But your creative animal saying, okay, right now I'm interested in what I'm doing over here. Let me kind of focus on this. So you learn that many of these things that you're doing can actually be monetized. You can actually make money out of it, right? You have people building YouTube channels focused on personal finance, on crypto, on psychology, who are making money by teaching. They're doing courses, they're doing paid sessions, and people are paying for that. You have people who are writing code and they're making smaller, I know they're making money off not just GitHub, but in multiple ways. I can come and creatively collaborate with you to help you build something out there, and taking this whole creator gig economy to a next level. So you're actually being able to do that. And as you do this short-term focus, like today, it's an opportunity I have, it merges with what you actually might end up doing in your long term, in your career, because at some point they will connect far more strongly, and you will actually realize that you could actually be far better in your career using the tools you're building using with your creative animal. And that combination is lethal. It is amazing, and it also can blends it together. That truly, I mean, philosophically makes your soul animal a lot more interesting, because your journey is your content. How authentic you are is your connection with your audience, and the value you provide out there is how you make money, how you monetize it. And these three together in many ways are the future of creativity, are the present and the future creativity, because you are able to share your journey over there. You are able to share what you're learning, what you can do, and the world will give you value back. Not just through monetization, but I would say in value in multiple ways, but monetization is a core part of it. So that financial freedom we spoke about in the beginning, that comes into the picture as well. So what I want to close this off by is to telling all of you that each side of you feeds off the other, and it sets you apart from the world. So don't give up on one side of your, just because your career requires it or you feel that your job would require it. Figure a way to make them all work together, and that's what will become your biggest asset. And that's how you can actually really look at creativity in the world as you go ahead in the best possible way. I don't know if this is what you expected, but this is what I had for you. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. I don't know if I have time. Gave myself like a 30-40 minute time cap, and I think I have done that. So yes, if anybody has any questions, I can answer right now, or how else you guys want to do it. Yes. there are no questions, let me know how you want to.
Does anyone
take
have
this.
any questions? You can just raise your hands. I will come up there. So we have a question here. How do you manage if you have multiple goals? How to set the priorities?
So if you have multiple priorities, multiple goals, the good part is you don't have to do all of them right now. I actually do a priority set every 3 months. I sit down and say that what do I need to do right now? What can I do a month later? Because we always worry about one of my favorite Twitter conversations over recent times is somebody said that if you're a 19-year-old and don't have a startup already, have you been able to do anything at all? And then someone replied to them and said, "Uske baad kya karoge?" Right? Because the whole point is that we all worry that we have to do everything right now. You have time. Let's be honest, is that there is a certain amount of time you have available to you. You need to look at just prioritizing, saying, I can't do everything right now. What does my time allow is the question. So in many ways, there are goals you can put aside to tomorrow, next week, next month. And there are things which you feel are important to you today. Doing all of them together is the worst thing you can do. I would honestly say figure 2 to 3 priorities and rather map them to your time. So let's say, for instance, I'll give you an example. I look at my day job and I say, okay, fine, from like 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, Monday to Friday, I have work for office, right? So that time is gone. My morning, some part of my morning, some part of my evening is spent with family because daughter has online school. So I sit in classes in the morning, and there's some time in the evening which I do spend for that. So that's gone. So whatever's left is like, I might have only that much time left. Now, what can I accomplish in that? Then choose the best possible one that fits into that time. And also in terms of priority, something you want to do. And that's the way I map it out. But you can take any method, but that's the way to do it, is to look at what goals are possible in the time you have versus trying to accomplish a lot in time you don't have, which is the worst thing you can actually do for yourself.
Are there any more questions? So, sir, I guess that's it from the participant side.
Awesome.
A big shout out to Arun sir for the real creative session. Thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having me.
Now it's time for us to wind up our forenoon session. We have our lunch break scheduled from 12 to 2. We will also have the room check-ins running parallelly. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor, our title sponsor, UST Global, associate sponsor, EduRept. And if you have any confusion regarding the check-in process, kindly contact the registration desk. It's right outside the hall, and the lunch will also be served outside the hall. So thank you so much, everyone.
At UST, we approach problems a little differently, with humility, humanity, and integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble and determined, bridging the gap between big ideas and a better future, unlocking the power of technology and creating an impact that lasts.
Excuse me, everyone, please wait. Kindly check in first
We're
before you go
engineers
ahead to
and
have lunch.
Designers and technologists. We co-create with the world's best companies, helping them conquer their toughest business challenges. Born Digital, we embed innovation, agility, and resiliency into everything our clients do. Reach into our toolbox to craft game-changing strategies that drive transformation, break free of convention, and break new ground across the world. We not only transform business, we transform the lives of the people and communities they reach, aspiring to touch 3 billion lives in the process. Because together, we build for boundless impact.
my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them.
അവിടെ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം. ഞാൻ മൈക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തോളാം. നോക്കിയാ
Check. Yes, hello. Check, 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 check.
ഓഡിയോ സ്പീക്കർ അല്ല അതല്ല ഔട്ട്പുട്ട്
Check, 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 check. Yes, hello. Okay, like. Check, check.
We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global.
Hello, everyone. There is an announcement. Here we are about to take a group picture of Madras section. So 2 volunteers who have come here, kindly join the stage. Delegates who have come here, kindly join the stage right now. Hello, Lakshmi. Okay, Lakshmi. You have to understand. Sorry, so
How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because this question can be a catalyst for change. It's
So sorry, everyone.
to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them. We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global.
Hi, everyone. So I have hi everyone. I have seen a lot of people taking group photos. Guys, there is selfie contest. You can win prizes. Come on. So what you have to do is click a group selfie with a minimum of 3 faces. It's minimum. Okay. And send your entries to contest@edurep.com with your name, college name, and Instagram handle. Kindly refrain from uploading duplicate pics, guys. And the lucky winners will be announced on the Christmas day. So guys, come on fast. You can win prizes.
UST started literally in a garage. We have doubled and tripled. We have been the fastest.
How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them. We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global. How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them. We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global. How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them. We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global.
UST started literally in a garage. We have doubled and tripled. We have been the fastest growing company in our sector organically.
We now operate in more than 25 countries with some of the world's top companies.
UST started with the mission of transforming lives, and I think it's a very noble mission. It's also very ambitious, but when you are that passionate about something in life, I'm sure you will make an impact in this world.
The technology and the digital presence we're giving helps people educate their children better, helps people deliver and get healthcare services for kids and for parents and cheaper, faster, better than they have done before. And a lot of the things that we do here reflects people all over.
How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you How do I maximize the return on my digital investments?
How do I prepare my talent for the future of work?
How do I optimize my supply chain to increase cash flow?
How do I accomplish all of it with less?
We believe a good partnership starts with the right question, because a good question can be a catalyst for change. It compels us to think ahead, push ahead, and maybe even see what's ahead. Operations, finance, HR, marketing, technology touches them all. And a good question can spark the breakthrough that will improve them and strengthen the teams behind them. That's how we help you develop the future-ready systems powerful and flexible enough to transform business, transform communities, and transform the lives within them. We are 25,000 strong, operating in 25 countries. Whether you are in financial services, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, semiconductor, or communications, your journey is our journey. And it all starts with a simple question asked with humanity, humility, and integrity. That's us working with you. That's us together. That's UST Global.
UST started literally in a garage. We have doubled and tripled. We have been the fastest growing company in our sector organically.
We now operate in more than 25 countries with some of the world's top companies.
UST started with the mission of transforming lives, and I think it's a very noble mission. It's also very ambitious, but when you are that passionate about something in life, I'm sure you will make an impact in this world.
The technology and the digital presence we're giving helps people educate their children better, helps people deliver and get healthcare services for kids and for parents in cheaper, faster, better than they have done before. And a lot of the things that we do here reflects people all over the world.
I am very impressed with the company, and I would have to say that the most impressive is the people who work for the company.
This company has an essence. It's not just making money, it's learning. It's giving the opportunity to people to grow.
I think working at UST Global is challenging, but I think that's a good thing because it means that you're not complacent.
I like challenges because it helps you to grow, to learn, to adapt in this global environment where technology disruptions happens every single day.
People who have got talent have got a place in UST.
From a cultural standpoint, we're focused on creating a more agile, fun, and rewarding experience for our people. Our people across the globe today are collaborating on Facebook's Workplace. We are holding hackathons where our people can create new and very innovative solutions to meet customer challenges. And we're coaching and building an agile mindset into the way we operate as a company.
I think we're all artists at the end of the day at UST Global. So this workplace is the workplace of the future, and it enables innovation every single moment.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to explore Reliability Operations Center. Let's go. We have to get through a 5-level security facility to get into the UST Global campus. Spread over an area of 36 acres in the largest city of Kerala, Trivandrum. This iconic design marvel is one of the best delivery campuses of the industry. UST Global runs similar command centers across the globe to provide best-in-class service to UST's global customers. Reliability Operations Command Center is the heart of IT operations and security. IT infrastructure, application, and security are monitored and managed from this command center. This is a combination of NOC, SOC, and Command Center. This center here is in real-time sync with the command center that we have in Dayton, Ohio, and Tel Aviv, Israel.
Let me show you what we do here, Lana.
Wow, this is amazing!
This is our highly efficient command center with well-trained in-house experts who undertakes comprehensive task management and intelligent insights for our global customers. These screens here are real-time displays of various critical elements of transactions, application, infrastructure, and security. We monitor them and take corrective actions 24/7.
We understand IT from the business transaction level. We monitor the health of business transactions and can very quickly correlate transaction issues to applications, security, and underlying IT infrastructure. Our expert associates with the intelligent systems can get to the real issue and fixes them instantly. Our commitment is on the outcome.
Ours is a technology you can trust, as our framework is built on automation, service management, continuous improvement, and predictive analytics. We believe in extreme automation. 40% of any IT operation can be completely automated. We
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to explore Reliability Operations Center. Let's go. We have to get through a 5-level security facility to get into the UST Global campus. Spread over an area of 36 acres in the largest city of Kerala, Trivandrum. This iconic design marvel is one of the best delivery campuses of the industry. UST Global runs similar command centers across the globe to provide best-in-class service to UST's global customers. Reliability Operations Command Center is the heart of IT operations and
Yes. No. Okay. അതെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ അടുത്ത് നിൽക്കണോട്ടോ
and technologists. We co-create with the world's best companies, helping them their toughest business challenges. Born digital, we embed innovation, agility, and resiliency into everything our transformation. Transform business. We transform the lives of the people and communities they reach, aspiring to touch 3 billion lives in the process. Because together, we build a boundless impact. Helping them conquer their toughest business challenges. And integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble and determined, bridging the gap between big ideas and a better future, unlocking the power of technology and creating an impact that lasts. We're engineers and architects, designers and technologists. We co-create with the world's best companies, helping them conquer their toughest business challenges. Born digital, we...
Hello? Hello? Check.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello? Check. Check. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Check.
Hello.
Check.
കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. Fine.
കേക്കാം.
At UST, we approach problems a little differently, with humility, humanity, and integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble. At UST, we approach problems a little differently, with humility, humanity, and integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble and determined, bridging the gap between big ideas and a better future.
We request all the delegates to be seated inside the venue. Attention delegates, we request everyone to be please seated in the venue. Attention delegates, we request you all to be seated inside the venue.
At UST, we approach problems a little differently, with humility, humanity, and integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble and determined, bridging the gap between big ideas and a better future, unlocking the power of technology and creating an impact that lasts. We're engineers and architects, designers and technologists. We co-create with the world's best companies, helping them conquer their toughest business challenges. Born digital, we embed innovation, agility, and resiliency into everything our clients do. Reach into our toolbox to craft game-changing strategies that drive transformation, break free of convention, and break new ground across the world. We not only transform business, we transform the lives of the people and communities they reach, aspiring to touch 3 billion lives in the process. Because together, we build for boundless impact.
A very good afternoon to one and all, and welcome back to AISYWLC'21, All India Students Young Professionals Women in Engineering Life Member Congress. I am Fida Fatima S from Kerala Section.
Myself, Bhadra Jayagumar from Kerala Section. This is a gentle reminder to click a group selfie with a minimum of 3 faces and send to your entries to contest@edurep.com with your name, college name, and Instagram handle. Kindly refrain from uploading duplicate entries. Last date of submission is 19th December 2021. The lucky winners will be announced on the Christmas Day.
So our next session is on advanced materials and products for a clean world, sponsored by IEEE Young Professionals. Now let us just give a quick introduction of IEEE YP to all of you. So IEEE Young Professionals is a group of IEEE members and volunteers who've graduated from their first professional degree in the past 15 years. It is an international community whose members are interested in elevating their professional image, expanding their global network, and connecting with peers locally and giving them back to the community.
I would like to quote something that I previously read on Instagram. It says, "I always thought why somebody doesn't do something about global warming. Then I realized I am somebody." I'm sure many of you too would have encountered similar thoughts. Many of you might have wondered how exactly you can contribute to this cause. Most of you must have already been taken steps to reduce the use of plastic, non-biodegradable materials, and pollution-causing vehicles. Well, what if I tell you that we can uproot the problem of non-biodegradable material? For a cleaner world and a healthier environment, we need to start using sustainable and clean materials during manufacturing itself. Hence, today we have with us a very dynamic personality who will talk about the advanced materials and products for a cleaner world. We are deeply honored to have this personality with us today. Let's all please welcome Padma Shri Dr. Thalapal Pradeep. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of IEEE India Council and IEEE Kerala Section. Thank you for gracing today's event with his presence.
Now, before we begin the session, allow us to give a brief introduction of Dr. Thalapal Pradeep, sir. He's an Institute Professor of Chemistry at IIT Madras. He's also an Institute Chair Professor. He's earned his PhD degree in Chemical Physics at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He spent 2 years as in his postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, Berkeley, and Purdue University, Indiana. Since then, he's been working at IIT Madras. He's also held visiting positions at Purdue University, Leiden University in the Netherlands, EPFL in Switzerland, Institute of Chemistry in Taiwan, Pohang University of Science and Technology in South Korea, and the University of Hyogo in Japan. Thalapal sir has been awarded with the Padma Shri for his valuable contribution to the field of science and technology. We are truly blessed to have Thalapal sir as our guest today. We request him to begin the session on advanced materials and products for a clean world. And now over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I hope I am audible and my screen is visible. Can you please, anyone confirm? Am I audible and my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and your screen is visible to us.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I have structured this talk in two pieces. One is about broadly the context of clean water, and secondly, about what is going on in our own country with our research and other related aspects. And as many of you, or most of you, are young, I would like to tell you about the story of some of our startup companies, which have been started by our own students, and they are now businesses making some reasonable profit. So clean water is, in addition to everything else, it's also a business. And sustainability is probably the biggest business today, and that will continue to be the biggest opportunity in the coming tens of years. So therefore, let me get to that subject. There are several startups that we have started and some contact information that you have on this screen. So you are welcome to talk to me. A little bit of time will be available to take questions. So I would like you to pose your questions at the end. Let me close this window here. There is some noise that is coming from outside, just for a second. Our objective today is to talk about water. And, you know, in my group, we have been working on water for a very long time. Water is a subject on which maximum number of papers have been published. In fact, as a chemical entity, this is the most intensely researched subject even today. And we will have occasions to briefly have some glimpses into that in the course of this lecture. Well, everyone is talking about this issue of water or issue of carbon dioxide or climate change and all that. And the most important picture that one should remember is this picture, which is oftentimes called the Earthrise. Earthrise was a picture taken on December 24th, 1968. When this particular Apollo 8 astronaut, William Andrews, took this picture as the Apollo 8 was sort of seeing this Earth rising with the background of the moon. And it obviously tells you about this very important vision that the Earth is a unique, lonely planet. And everything else everything that is happening in Earth will have tremendous impact on it. And that is what we are saying, or we are experiencing today in the form of climate change, every associated issue. This particular thing has been captured by several other people in several other contexts, several other ways. And most importantly, of this picture, which is called the pale blue dot. That was another great such picture taken by Voyager in its very early, pictures, as it went past the solar system. Voyager 1 went past the solar system. It looked back and took a picture of that distant solar system. And there you saw that dot, which is this blue dot, and that is nothing but Earth. And that blue is nothing but water. So from a distance, what you see is water, and Earth, as you know, is nothing but water. In a large sort of chemical evolution of the planet is to do with water. Biological evolution, which happened as a result, as a consequence of chemical evolution, is also water. And everything that we are going to talk about is also water. And water is said to be the most important inheritance of our planet. That water is very big. So therefore, one may say that the social, the economic, the cultural outcomes of the planet, everything can be traced to water. You will soon see some numbers in this context, because I wanted to place this water in the larger frame of mind, frame of this particular talk. And water is simplest or the simplest and simultaneously the most complex problem. And water is a very simple molecule. In a triatomic molecule, if you ask the question, how did water bury all these details, is still a puzzle. We don't understand that. And therefore, there are many scientific inquiries into this. In a way, as far as global development goes, everything simplifies to the availability of water, its distribution, its proper distribution, its equitable distribution. And water, therefore, is politics. Water, therefore, is business. Water, therefore, is development. And in fact, there is water in everything that we do. There is a cost of water associated with everything that we do. And lots of work did happen in these or continue to happen in this context. So I am just pointing out those important directions. Even today, it is exciting, as I just told you. Water scientific sense, it is exciting. I'm showing you two papers, which are 2021 papers. One paper says that ice can be elastic. The other paper says that water can be metallic. Now, this, of course, takes you to very many questions as to why is it elastic, why is it metallic. I leave these questions aside just to sort of tease you with those very interesting open challenges in this area for you to study, to be open about. So today is in the broader context. Let me place this before you, that world as a whole is nothing but this kind of a circle. The arrow that you see, there are two arrows together make a circle. The one arrow, which is the green arrow, is the world outside, where world is simplified into this chemical reaction. Water plus carbon dioxide in presence of sunlight gives you sugar and oxygen. So that is what drives this planet. That is broadly this one arrow, which is the plant's arrow. And the reverse arrow is sugar plus oxygen going back to water plus carbon dioxide is the arrow that we animals are interested in. And we take that sugar and convert it to carbon dioxide. But this is not the only thing plants do. Plants also make terpenes. They also make not only sugar, but also make a number of alkaloids, several other molecules. And we use all of them. But when you use sugar and burn it into carbon dioxide in our natural cycle, just produce 29 billion tons of CO2 per all the human beings put together. But what happens is that because of another cycle that we have opened up, we are not only producing 29 billion tons of CO2, we burn much larger quantity of CO2 and make 258 billion tons of CO2, almost like 10 times this number. That over time has resulted in the global warming. Now, all we need is very little bit of CO2, but of course that can be fixed back, but the cycle, we have opened it up. This is the problem of clean water, or this is the problem of clean air, this is the problem of every other thing. It is not that we produce only CO2, we also produce NO2, NOx, and SOx, and many others as well. And all of these have tremendous implications on all the sustainability issues, 17 sustainable goals. But then if you start looking at each one of these sustainability goals in greater detail, although Goal 6 talks about clean water, every other issue is also having water. No poverty or zero hunger or good health or quality education or gender equality or affordable clean energy or anything that we talk about, there is an embedded water in all of them or most of them. And that water, if you want to address, we don't have adequate resources. So I'm skipping a number of, a lot of data just to say that if you want to provide quality water services, let us say the total water infrastructure for a connected world of 9 billion people, that is what it will be a few years from now, that would amount to $60 trillion. That's what is the estimate. So with the current expenditure that we have, the current global production we have, it is also estimated that only 36% of the African population and 44% of the Asian population will be connected to a network of this kind by 2050. And it may be a very unhappy thing for us to know, but it is important to know that the world has expanded. So, you know, inequality is so important to address. Now, when I said the $60 trillion, it may not be clear to you what that number is. For that, I kept this thing, total wealth of India is estimated to be this. This wealth is what? Everything put together, all the buildings, all the concrete, all the bridges, all the roads, all that we have created over all these years. If you put that value for it, many of them cannot be valued. If you put all of them together, that's the kind of number. And in the US, if all that is put together, is something in the range of $130 trillion. So I told you the water network of 60 trillion is a huge, humongous figure that will be clear to you from these numbers. And because you are from Kerala, or most of you are from Kerala, the total wealth of Kerala is much less than $1 trillion. Now, investment in this water area, therefore, to make a world which is equitable is pretty large. Now, you have to put this in Indian context. 70% of the sewage is not treated in India. And startups sees this sort of sewage treatment as a big business. Not just this number, this is pretty small. In fact, it has been revised. And this is growing at a very high rate. This is true of clean water and not only wastewater. So therefore, the question of water is also a big opportunity. And many of you, or most of you, are engineers, and looking at opportunities, I feel that water is an opportunity. And this is not looked at from that perspective for a long time. It has been looked at, well, as a social service, but this is where a lot of money is also. In the course of this lecture, you will see that. India is a land of rivers, but India has just about 18 to 19% of the global population, but only 4% of the water resources. So it is too water stressed on one side. But then the average water availability in this country is pretty good. In fact, we get over 1,000 millimeters of rain And 1000 millimeters of rain is really large rain in comparison to something like 55 millimeters of rain in Egypt. So this is although we are not the highest in terms of water availability, we are substantially good. And that much of water we don't really need. If we are in a position to harvest all of it, India is water secure. But what is actually happening is that India is extracting a whole lot of water. And this is something today, it is possible to look at the groundwater depletion. And what I'm comparing is a figure available from NASA, 2002 and 2008. And this is increasing. The amount of groundwater is depleting. It's only about certain regions from which data was available, but then this is an effort globally that is happening. Now, as you keep looking into this question, one thing that comes to our mind is development, as we know, requires water. So if you want to create greater and greater wealth, should you not go on producing, or should you not utilize more and more water? Do we have water at all? So I took this picture to show you that it is not that we require always fresh water, greater and greater amount of fresh water for increasing production. So this is the data from US GDP, which is growing. But somewhere around 1974 or so, the freshwater withdrawals ceased and it sort of leveled off. This is because of very many activities that have happened around wastewater recycling, or maybe used water recycling, I should say, because nobody wishes to call wastewater by this term today. It is used water. So one can recycle this, and that data clearly shows that one can enhance production even while freshwater withdrawals are peaked or fixed at certain value. So can we fix this at a certain number which is below the rainfall, and then the system is sustainable? And that is what global community is after. This number, as you know, the cubic kilometers per year, this number is something that we can certainly reach in our country. It's also important to realize that it is not just the water issue. You will see that every form of development indices that we take, let us say life expectancy. Life expectancy is high out here, and that is where maximum availability of water is. And so one can correlate this. India is somewhere here, and Kerala's life expectancy is somewhere here, and water availability is also substantially high. So there is a direct correlation between many of these developmental indices. I'm from Chennai, and we have essentially got about 1400 millimeters of rainwater, pretty good amount of rainwater. In fact, we have been, in the past few years, we have got substantially higher rain also. But it is not that we have been retaining this. And this is true of India as a whole. As I just mentioned, India as a whole gets somewhere in this range of 1,100 or 1,000 around millimeters of rain. But if increases slightly due to climate change or whatever, this is the psychometric chart which tells you about the amount of humidity that is present in the atmosphere as a function of temperature. If you increase the temperature slightly, the amount of humidity that is contained is substantially increased. The temperature increases, let us say 5 degrees, the amount of humidity present is substantially higher. This contributes to the floods. if you can't manage this humidity that is then coming down in the form of rain, we have this huge problem. So therefore, there is on the one side, you have these floods. The other side, we have a drought, and that is that continues in our country. Despite all that, we have a great Indian initiative that is to have functional household tap connection. We have reached a very large number of functional household tap connection, number of lakhs, 76 million such connections. And this is being gathered every month, and you can get this data even up to November now. And pretty fantastic data. We are in a position to reach 100% coverage in Telangana and Puducherry and all that. But then there is a lot of work that is yet to be done. This is where technology is coming in. We have been in a position to look at several water purification technologies, and we have contributed to several of them. So I'll take you briefly through that. I've been for a long time saying that affordable clean water is a problem of advanced materials. Water itself is a material. We have clean water just because nature allows us to have clean water. The water, as it flows through the surface of earth, it carries all the soluble ingredients and takes it to, water takes all of these ingredients to the ocean, and therefore ocean is salty. The surface of earth has only these alumina and silica and such other things. They don't dissolve in water. So materials allow us to have clean water. But then when materials get into water, the only way to get rid of them is also advanced materials. And they come in the form of new adsorbents. Using many of them, you develop new sensors. You will develop new catalysts to remove contaminants, or you create new phenomena. And with all of them, you create devices. I work in the area of nanomaterials or nanotechnology. This subject area has also expanded tremendously. But it is important for you to know that today, in nanomaterials, many of them have become atomically precise. Meaning in a given material, you can point out how many atoms are present. And you can measure a mass spectrum of a nanoparticle today. And here is one such example. With a small particle, you measure a mass spectrum. So precise, and you synthesize this material in large quantities. And because you produce in large quantities, this very same, only that material, you can crystallize it. And you can study properties of it. So what does it tell you? It tells you that how it interacts with something. All of this can be studied with atomic precision. That allows you to develop technologies. So we do a number of such things. Now, this is to show you what is the end product of it. And there are, from this previous picture to this picture, several PhD theses have gone. And so I'm sort of condensing all of these to say that we can develop advanced materials to remove toxins from water. One such thing that we addressed was arsenic in water, which is a problem of about pretty large number of people, something like 13 crores of people in our country. And globally, this can be very large a number. Now, this problem is known for over 110 years now, or even more. I mean, I'm talking about reported cases. Now, this problem has not been solved because we don't have affordable technologies, because people who are suffering from these are very poor. And so we said that can we have affordable solutions for clean water? And this question was asked long ago. And we came up with some materials, and using these, you can connect these solutions in the form of a product and connect it to a pump. Now, there are several civil engineering, chemical engineering challenges in putting these. Now, this pump is a 40-year-old water pump. And this boy is pumping this. The water is coming from a depth of about 80 to 90 feet. And the water that comes out is sort of slightly colored, brownish, or it need not be colored also. When the water falls on this cemented platform, it generates these red color over a long time, and that tells you that the water contains iron. And the color is iron oxide. But in this particular region, which is the Nadia district of West Bengal, this water, if iron is present, can contain arsenic also. So if you measure this, arsenic concentration is 60 micrograms per liter or 60 ppb. The limit is 10 ppb. And people have been drinking this. So we put this particular filter. Now you ask this question, this boy pumps, one stroke of this pump gives you about 300 ml of water. And now that 300 ml is produced with certain effort. With the same effort, with no additional pressure drop, water goes through and no water is lost, and you get clean water. The amount of arsenic in this water is less than 2 ppb, 2 microgram per liter. And you can produce, 3 strokes will produce 1 liter of water. And so typically these pumps of this kind produce about 1,000 liters of water every day. And this filter contains about 7 kg of this material. It is enough to remove arsenic from something like water, about 1,000 liters of water a day for about 1.5 to 2 years. And so we can put this up in the field. So we do this in the field. And the cost at that point in time, we said, well, we can do this at about 5 paisa per liter. But today, we are giving this water to over 13 lakh people every day at a cost of 2.6 paisa per liter. So advanced materials can deliver clean water. And the basis of these is all covered in some papers like these. That's what PhD students do. So essentially, we create porous materials and pass dirty water through and then remove these contaminants. The idea is that you have polymeric network. These polymers are made of biological matrices or materials, and inorganic nanostructures are put into these or grown inside to create structures which are almost like boxes. In these boxes, we put nanoparticles, which are effective removal media in these boxes. Water will pass through and you will create clean water is the substance of this work. Now we introduce a concept here in this. Typically, a large number of our materials used for clean water production, they use water in the process of their producing these materials. Once these materials are discarded, in the process, they destroy or contaminate water bodies. So effectively, they produce certain good quantity of water, but then they, in the course of their production and the course of their sort of release into the environment, they destroy water or they contaminate water or they use water. So the net water balance is negative. They produce less water than the amount of water used for its consumption, production, plus the water that is destroyed or contaminated. So we wanted to have materials which are water positive. And so our materials, 1 liter of water used for its production, they produce 500 to 1,000 liters of water in the process of their active life. And that is water positive. And these materials, in the process of their production, they don't use electricity. They don't contaminate water. They don't use organic solvents like that. There are several interesting advantages. So I'll skip all these things aside just to say that because these are nanomaterials, you ask this question, do they get into biology? Are you releasing nanoparticles? Do you have a nanotoxicity? We study that in great detail. If you put nanoparticles into organisms like as E. coli, you can, each one of these is a nanoparticle. You can image it by spectroscopy. But in our material, when it gets contacted with nanomaterials, there is no nanoparticle release. Nanoparticles are not captured by these organisms. So the essential point is that these are matrices in which nanoparticles are embedded and they don't come out. And whatever materials they release, they are all ionic things that they release, and they don't release nanoparticles per se. We create a number of other nanomaterials also. We study them with advanced tools of microscopy and all that. So this is a study to tell you that you have these nanomaterials composed of iron oxyhydroxide. A model of that is shown there, and some arsenic is absorbing. So you ask this question, how is it absorbing? By spectroscopy. You study this data are Raman spectroscopic data. So using this, you can model a nanoparticle and see how these red, blue, etc. are particles of arsenic, how they sit on it. And using these kinds of models, you can build a nanomaterial which is more effective. And using such materials, you pass water containing 200 parts per billion of arsenic, and what you get is less than 2 parts per billion. And this is the kind of testing device you do. You put arsenic and iron containing water like these, and you get clean water out. Just about 20 grams of material is enough to clean arsenic from about 1,200 liters of water. So what happens is that the large treatment plants that are present today can be converted into very small treatment plants, typically taking about 40 cents of land area. You can now make it to 3 cents of land area, and we have implemented it across. These are not areas wherein arsenic is present. There are several areas here arsenic is present. We put this in various kinds of formats, a small treatment plant or a slightly larger treatment plant, or even 1 million liters of water per day. So summary of this is that we create water now at 2.1 paisa per liter arsenic-free water. So today, these treatment plants are also embedded with the smart water meters, water quality analyzers, quantity analyzers, etc. So we get data on the cloud. So I'll show you a brief movie. So this is in Punjab. So there's a village there, and the treatment plant is supplying water to that village. So every treatment plant is monitored like this. So they're all geotagged. So with these kinds of things, it is possible to ensure that a given region is arsenic-free. So what I just showed you is that affordable clean water is free of contaminants is not a distant dream anymore. For a vast majority, all it needs is people to come together. New materials obviously have new challenges. There are several new materials we have created. And to give you an example, these are kinds of advanced materials. These are looking like grass. Using this grass, you can collect dew, just as nature collects dew on these thorny bushes. So we create a company. So this is called Vayu Gel. So water from air, there are products like these, up to 2,000 liters per day. And they have been, many people have said about these. So we have such treatment units. Globally, there are a number of people who are producing advanced materials to harvest water, humidity from air and release this humidity by sunlight. And therefore, water can be collected just with solar power. And that is another advanced technology. We also do this in another way of desalination by a method called capacitive desalination, wherein you have electrochemistry by which one electrode attracts negative ions, other electrode attracts positive ions. This negative ion absorbing electrode is positively charged. Positively charged ions attracting electrodes are negatively charged, and they are stacked together in the form of something like a car battery. So you can have a battery stack like this, and you can create clean water. We have now a startup company, and that is supplying clean water products to several of these regions, which are all affected by seawater intrusion and extreme salinity. Now, this whole thing can be run on solar power, and we implement such units in different parts of the country. Several other advanced materials are being produced, like two-dimensional materials with nanoscale holes, creating several of these two-dimensional sheets with holes. And these holes, we are in a position to decontaminate. Such membranes can be used to decontaminate water. I will stop here to say that there are a number of sensors also, which are all in a, they can be connected to smartphones, etc. Ultimately, where is it going to? It is going to water analysis, even with a mobile phone. With spectrometers as tiny as these, one can embed these spectrometers into mobile phones and measure water quality. But that water quality, if it is collected, it is also connected with geotagging and many others. You can create an online platform that's called hydroinformatics, not only about water availability, every other parameter which is connected to water, such as the productivity, economic indices, health, and many other parameters. And we are building such hydroinformatics platforms for governments. Ultimately, all of these should come to a digital platform. Any physical infrastructure should have a digital analogy, and that is the cyber physical security that the country needs. Using all of these, we are in a position to map large areas of the country just as a state to understand water quality. That takes you to water policy, how to ensure that everybody gets water. So in the large sense, water for a just world, green, sustainable world should have many different facets. And that is all evolving today with a lot of digital interventions. So for all that, if you have to care for future, you have to learn from the past, you have to have education, you have to have action, you have to have new initiatives. And for all that, we have built something called the International Center for Clean Water at the IIT Madras Research Park, where anybody can come and innovate around clean water. And this is my research team where such things are happening. Some of them have made companies as well. A lot of other initiatives are happening in the country. Several others are coming together. And this whole thing is happening at IIT Madras. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to take some questions if you have. Otherwise, I know that I have, well, I have not exceeded, but.
Thank you, sir. That was a really wonderful and informative session. Delegates, we can move on to the question answer section. If you have any doubts, kindly come to the stage and you can ask them to the speaker. Please come forward.
A very good afternoon, sir. My question is that the water purification through TiO2 powder and its polycatalytic activity, what are its future aspects and what is the scope? Like it can be done in cities as well as in villages?
I didn't talk about any TiO2 related effort, but there are many such materials. Everywhere this kind of things are used. I told you about the community treatment plants today, but similar methodologies can be used in cities, and in fact many are using. Some of our technologies themselves are part of several treatment units that you are all using today. So I only spoke about this particular aspect, but every aspect of water can be addressed for city as well as rural habitations.
Thank you, sir. Any other queries from the audience? Please come forward.
Right, hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
All right, actually, seeing you're as well in this field, I wanted to ask you if you can share any resources or any such relevant subject material that we can refer to have more, something that is more relatable, like maybe some projects we can look into, some comprehensive studies. Like this is my first exposure to such a topic. So I was just asking, yeah.
Very good. Several students are doing internships and projects and all that. For example, I showed you this hydroinformatics, this platform. This was developed by some students, like interns, who worked on such projects. This was developed again by some intern. Now, we are mapping water resources as well as water quality in different parts of the country, again using interns. Now, you asked about resources. This is a book that is available on various kinds of nanotechnology related projects in the context of water, called aqua nanotechnology. Now, there are resources of this kind, and one can always get in touch with me or look through these kinds of resources and find solutions. And all of this, for example, is a publication, right? We have research publications. Plenty of those also are available. Okay.
Actually, along the same lines, is there a way to, like, maybe some influential people, you know, they have their own blogs or some a way of getting to know what they're up to? What would you suggest is the best way to follow up and like keep track of your activities, you know, being the leader that you are in this field?
Yeah, so there are several activities. For example, this kind of a center called International Center for Clean Water, it conducts a number of workshops. Every month, there are conferences that go on. And so here is the ICCW website that I wanted to share with you. So here is, let me just take that. Where am I? Sorry, are you in a position to see, stop share? And let me share this screen with you. This is International Center for Clean Water. Now, there are several things that happen in such a center. There are several initiatives that happen, several talks that happen, and several discussion meetings that happen. Those are the way we touch many centers of this kind. There are national initiatives of this kind. And so what I would suggest for an enthusiastic person to do is to look at resources available already from such centers do an internship if you are interested in. Several of these centers like these, we also run hackathons. We also support startups if you have a bright idea. That is why I said that in case you are interested in a water-related technology, you come work there. We will find a way to support you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That was a really wonderful and informative session from sir. Thank you, sir, for joining with us today. On behalf of IEEE India Council and IEEE Kerala Section and team AISYWLC, we thank you for being with us today.
All right. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure to be part of this. Shall I leave?
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining with us today. Yeah. This is a gentle reminder for all the delegates to be a part of the group selfie competition. Click a group selfie with a minimum of 3 faces and send to your entries to contest@edurep.com with your name, college name, and Instagram handle. Kindly refrain from uploading duplicate entries. The last date of submission is on 19th December 2021. The lucky winners will be announced on the Christmas Day. Now we have an informative session on engineering technology career opportunities in Germany by EduRep. EduRep helped in the development of high-quality digital hybrid courses, digital content, and online instructor-led, and deliver them to the audience in the most effective manner through other digital platforms. Their vision is to create quality content in an affordable way. Let's all take a moment and welcome EduRep for bringing out the best in us. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. So I believe like you all are in a sleepy mood. So I would like you to stand up for 1 second. Please stand up. Just clap your hands. Wonderful, wonderful. So energy, so energy. Nice, thank you. So EduRep here, yeah, please be seated. Thanks a lot. So EduRep here is to give you a glance about the engineering technology opportunities in Germany. So why Germany? It's another question. Let's see. So Germany is a Western Union European country with a landscape, rivers, and a lot of beauty, infrastructure. You know, it's a fancy Western European country, right? And it is offering 1.3 million job opportunities. And post-COVID, the immigrant laws have been, they have reduced the immigrant laws constraints much better, so that like other immigrants, other European, non-European countries as well. So aspirants who would like to pursue their higher studies or who are looking for job opportunities, their state has reduced the immigrant laws, and it's easy for you to apply for a job or for higher studies. And the German culture is so adorable that you get the respect, you have the work-life balance, right? And you will really enjoy living, working with your family as well. So the problem faced by the Indian, the labor market is listed here. Like this are some vague, but most of the points are known to you as well. So it's like the surplus labor force. Like, there are millions of students who have been passed out. A lot of, passed out batches are there from 2015 onwards. The COVID has hit the market, but not the IT market specifically, right? And there is an academy industry gap. So what it actually is that, the 4-year course of a BTech or an engineering, that doesn't make you perfect for the industry. I think most of the faculties, most of the students who have passed out will definitely agree with me. Then we have the outdated education models. So again, it is connected with the second point. So the outdated education model means that we have to make the students capable enough to meet the industry requirements. Not only that, I was discussing with one of the delegates in the morning that there is a trend that people from mechanical, people from other streams like electrical, electronics are moving to IT. Why IT? Why can't they stick on to their own stream? So they lack the confidence. It's because the market trend, the people are moving along the market trend, but I don't agree with that, because I believe like they should stick on to their stream, because they have been putting an effort of 4 years or 5 years in their stream, and they're not doing anything based on what they have learned. They have to do some upskill programs to match the industry requirements, right? So that is the outdated model of our education system. I would like always request faculties to correct what it is required for our students to make them industry fit. Then there is no work-life balance. Like that's the Indian culture, but other European countries or the foreign countries or the MNCs are now accommodating with that. So the work-life balance, there is a mismatch in the work-life balance, what they offer and what we pursue. Of course, the low wages, and right, you might have seen the difference of the same job being done by an employee over here and abroad. They are paid differently. They are putting their 8 hours of work. The same thing is being done by the other people at the different part of the world, but they are all earning the same wage. So they are actually utilizing us of our incapability or the unemployment or the low, like the work-life balance, everything, right? So we are in a desperate movement or a migration to Canada, US, UK, and other foreign countries, right? Now, 7 reasons to believe in Germany, like why you should work in Germany. When I say German, like it's not just Germany, it's the other, there are 28 Schengen states, but majorly the 6 states or the countries are having their official, or sorry, the languages being spoken in other countries like Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, etc. So The reasons to believe why Germany is a dream destination, just look at this. They are providing 30 days paid holidays, unlimited sick leave, pension scheme, medical insurance, work-life balance, free education, high standard of living. And in the education sector, the German country or the state have invested a lot, and the public universities have made their education free of cost. So even for the higher studies, if you are pursuing or looking for higher studies in German, it's 100% free of cost. Or once you start working over there, you can take your family there, then your child's education is 100% free with the government schools. Now, career opportunities in German, I wouldn't speak much about this like in detail, but just for all streams, there is huge opportunity in the cutting edge technologies like mechatronics, then robotics, EVM designs, chip manufacturing, etc., etc. Don't just think that it is the IT, only the IT sector is there for you, but mechanical streams, electrical, electronics, even civil engineering, there are a lot of opportunities. Apart from the engineering job, there is an house building course, which has been, the state doesn't involve in that because there is a scarcity of laborers there. So what they're doing is that, like, you be a plumber, electrician, AC mechanic, anyone, you can do the course, house building course. You can earn while learning, and you can feed your family as well. You can do the part-time jobs, but there are certain restrictions. Of course, we need to follow that. But still, it's a huge opportunity. Now, just covering this, biomedical engineering, automotive industry, aerospace, systems engineering, a lot of job opportunities. I would request you to visit the official website of German, DAAD, D-A-A-D. So just follow the website and see which stream you fall and what is the opportunity for you. Due to the time constraint, I'm not taking or talking much into it. The top demanded professions, as I mentioned, not just for engineers, but for nursing, for doctors, physiotherapists, etc., etc. There are a lot of opportunities in Germany. And this is majorly classified into 3 segments: qualified professionals, specialists, and experts. And I believe, like, most of us will fall under experts because we have 10 plus 2 plus 4 years of education, and we fall under the professionals. So there is a lot of opportunity for the experts, and you can start earning from thousands of euros, like 5,000 euros plus. I'm just quoting the basic salary. So this is about the IT professions. Just it's being demanded in the business, data intelligence, artificial intelligence, machine learning, so and so. Now, German as an official language, as I mentioned earlier, there are 5 other countries other than Germany. And our CEO was working in Switzerland for more than 4 years, and he remembers still, like, a paper cutting where it shows freelance work, 1,000 euros per day. Just imagine, like, one day you are earning nearly 80,000. So that's the salary which they offer, or the job benefits you get it, or in terms of monetary benefits. Now, German companies are waiting for you. Just look at the very famous brands. You can work in Siemens, SAP, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Continental, and a lot of other companies. Right? Now, it's time for you to learn German with EduRept. And why EduRept? We are the first in the world to have this DHC model of education, which means digital hybrid cohort model. When I say digital, it is, of course, the online. We will be providing nano videos on different topics. The hybrid, in the sense, we will have a, categorized live interactive sessions on different exercises, revision, quizzes, etc. And the cohort, of course, it's from the peer learning. You can have the group study feeling. You can interact with your peers. You get the wonderful experience chatting, and it will be monitored by our experts. So this brings together the DHC model. That's a digital hybrid cohort model. We will be having our first launch course on Jan 3rd, and we have some exclusive offers for you. I will, yeah. So the exclusive offer will be declared, and you can learn German in 24 sessions, excluding Saturday, Sundays. Like in between, we'll have some Saturdays, of course. So altogether, you can cover the German A1 level course in just 30 days, right? And Edurat, being a startup, it's an IEEE, influenced company. So we have Mr. Bibin, co-founder and CEO, Jason Sabo. Most of you may know. He have been in the IEEE organization for more than 15 years. We have Ajmal, our CTO. So this brings together the leadership team, and it's a byproduct of IEEE organization. I believe like a lot of you might interact today will have made that relationship and will definitely bring some new startups. Maybe I wish it comes under the unicorn list, right? Now we have the exclusive offer for IEEE students, participants of this event, which is the German A1 level course for just 999. The offer lasts only for today and tomorrow. You can use the code IEEE DEC21. Visit our website german.edurup.com. Lot of opportunities waiting for you. Guys, please visit our website and see what you can learn, what you can earn. All right. Thank you for the session. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your words. We would also like to use this opportunity to thank EduRep for being the associate sponsor of AISYWLC 2021. So, good evening, everyone. We hope you're having a great time in this hybrid version of AISYWLC 21, title sponsor UST Global and associate sponsor EduRep. Students play a vital role in the upliftment of society, and they are the basic building blocks of any organization. IEEE believes in strengthening them from the beginning, inculcating the seed of research and innovation, and making them aware of the latest technology. AISYWLC will never be complete without its valuable student members who are the backbone and support agents of IEEE. And so now, for the first time ever, we have a hybrid panel discussion under the Student Activities Professional Awareness Track, sponsored by IEEE students.
Before we move ahead, to the panel discussion, let me just give you a brief intro on what SPA is. Professional awareness emphasizes the importance of non-technical aspects of engineering to engineers and future engineers. Student professional awareness activities are structured events organized by IEEE student branches, where students listen to experienced engineers from diverse backgrounds and discuss topics on various professional development categories. These activities involve presentations, panel sessions, and hands-on oriented activities focused on giving practical, real-world engineering experience.
We have with us today some eminent professionals from around the nation for the panel discussion. Our panelists are Professor V.K. Damodaran, the President of VMFT and a life senior member at IEEE, Dr. Samir SM, a professor at NIT Calicut and IEEE Region 10 Secretary, Ms. Sapna Gidogawada, software professional at VMware, and Mr. Advait Thakur, the Chief Executive Officer of Apex Infosys India.
The moderator for today's panel discussion is Dr. Bijoy Ijos, Associate Professor at Cochin University of Science and Technology. It is an honor to have such distinguished individuals present here with us today. We cordially invite all the panel members and moderators for the panel discussion. Over to you, Bijoy, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome to this panel discussion on really career orientation, right? So we have students, young professionals here, and we definitely want to get insights on leaders in academia and industry in terms of how you can build a successful career. And we have with us an eminent panel. So without much more delay, let me go into the honors and speak with some of these experts. So let me start with someone who has done, the career placement officer role first. So Samir sir, you've been the placement officer of NIT Calicut, and you have probably seen IT industry jobs being the most common one. You have seen probably core engineering jobs also being preferred by students. But I want to get a feeling in terms of what is the new age jobs that probably the students are not paying enough attention. So what's your opinion on what's the upcoming thing that is left unnoticed?
Thank you, Biju. Very happy to share this panel with the esteemed.
Sir, if you can delay that a bit, I think there is an audio issue here in the hall.
Okay.
Just give us a couple of seconds.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you're audible now. You can start.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And good afternoon to my co-panelists, BKD sir, Sapna and Advait, and Bijoy. Thank you. Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. But probably the first question that we need to answer is, in 2021, how do you define a core job? So we have various specializations in engineering. We all know there are some traditional core branches, civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science, and there are various other allied branches, biotechnology, chemical engineering, and food technology. A lot of other branches are there. Now, if you look at the campus placement opportunities, most of the opportunities comes from the IT software side to the campuses. There could be general IT kind of roles or very specialized roles where companies seek students with certain specific skill sets apart from their programming knowledge. Now, the question is, there are various students in these core specializations who are, preparing their core topics, core subjects very well and trying to get a core placement, but they may not be able to get a placement in their respective field, which they are looking for, especially in India, as we have seen in the previous presentation. So therefore, the question becomes relevant: what is core job in 2021, or maybe in the coming decade? So we know that we are living in an age where there are a lot of paradigm shifts happening in the engineering side with Industry 4.0 in place. And in every branch of engineering, there are a lot of automation happening. Okay, electronics and software are becoming integral part of most of the manufacturing processes and the end equipment and devices that we use. So if you look at a BTech electronics student, the electronics students, suppose a person is interested in circuit design, he may not be doing a design on pen and paper, or he may not be doing design just based on some additional tools, but there are sophisticated software tools available from Cadence, Silvaco, Synopsys, and all these companies, which are being used by design professionals for design, testing, verification, and all. Similar is the case with, say, electrical students, EV system design, or mechanical students on various manufacturing systems. There is a lot of automation. So the point is, whether our students are really understanding the importance of developing the required skill set to succeed in their own core domains. That is the most important, because the core itself is, redefined. We no longer work with a lathe. We no longer work with the usual tools that we are familiar with, a simple motor, simple generator kind of things. So therefore, what I advise to all the students is that during the process of your 4 years in a college, in the coming years, you should develop 2 important skill sets, which will help you to fetch a reasonably good job at the end of 4 years in different domains, basically. Maybe in your core domain, maybe in software domain, or maybe in some new domains which are coming up. The first is ability to communicate with machines. And the second is ability to communicate with people. So ability to communicate with machine implies all, additional skill sets required for succeeding in an automation, a world with automation, basically, like software skills, programming, say Python or Java or full stack. If we are having that kind of skill sets, see, most of the jobs are coming for full stack developers, and that is something which our students are not really familiar. What is a full stack developer? So what all are the skill sets required to become a full stack developer? So that is one thing. So and along with that, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all the new skill sets which are coming up along with that. And the second is the ability to communicate with people. And we know that we primarily use English as our medium of communication, and therefore you need to develop very good communication skills. So unless there is a deliberate effort put in by the students during their studies, apart from whatever that they learn in the curriculum, for these kind of for developing these kind of skill sets, they'll find it extremely difficult to get a good job at the end. And there are a lot of new domains coming up, say educational technologies. There are a lot of opportunities coming for content developers, content designers, basically, and the backend developers. There are a lot of high-paid jobs coming up because there are a lot of startups which have got very good funding coming up for recruitment. And there are a lot of opportunities coming up in the travel, tourism sectors, the IT backend of related to these. And obviously, the general software-related jobs are basically turning to specialized ones for different specializations. So even if you are, say, production engineer or a mechanical engineer, but if you are having good subject knowledge, but with additional skill sets, you will be able to fetch a job in a good automobile company or a manufacturing company with these skill sets. Yeah, over to you, Biju. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now let's go to the senior most member in this panel, who we call respectively VKD sir. Sir, you have done multiple roles, served in several organizations. So in your vast experience, what do you feel are the challenges faced by a new joinee entering a professional domain from an academic life? You've seen and mentored so many students. Can you list, some of the issues that are faced quite common among students when they move into the professional domain? Sir, you're on mute.
Certainly, Bijoy. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes.
See, the issue that you have posed right now, that is a student who is actually transitioning to a professional, where I mean professional is a person who has sufficient training in theory and skills to perform an engineering or a technological job and get paid for it. That way, whenever a student actually enters a new job, he is a professional. And the kind of job that he has to address or that he has to do is, unfortunately, with our university system of technical education here in India and in many other countries. Only very few countries are, and very few universities are exception to it. It is a job for which you had no training from your four-year academic school. So this is the situation. That means you are given a job which is actually a problem, and your job is to solve that problem. And you never had been on hand solving a problem, means a technical problem. So this is the first, I would say, a barrier or first obstacle in carrying out that job. That means, so you have to have some preparation during your college days to meet such a situation. This, of course, in some universities in the world, they have actually introduced what is called as a flexible curriculum, in which when you join for engineering, with the flexible hours that is actually given in the curriculum, you just suggest a problem when you are joining, and then throughout your 4 years of study, you start learning some new things which may not be within the core subject of your main specialty, but it can be in additional mathematics, it can be something in civil engineering or something in material science, all that kind of thing. But you can get credit for all those things. And finally, by the time you leave, you would have actually solved that problem. That means you would have actually completed that project by acquiring information, acquiring materials, acquiring advice, and sometimes even accepting help from other tradesperson, all these things. So this is actually the flexible curriculum which is yet to come to our country. So that is not solution for it. But in the present system, what can we do? So what you can do is, actually there are two opportunities. One, you have actually a mandatory project in the final year, and in some colleges you will have some subsidiary projects also somewhere in between the first 4 years. Somewhere some people have every year some minor project, but whatever is, you have opportunity to do some projects. There you take up projects where you are really solving a problem, so that will give you some experience. Second thing is, IEEE is a forum, and many of you who are actually present in this discussion, I'm sure you are members of IEEE. IEEE gives enormous amount of opportunities through HAC, humanitarian action challenges, site, and also other projects, societal projects, which you can actually select the project, you can design the project, and also get, in some cases, partially funded, and you can actually take that project to success where you meet with the beneficiary. That means actually the public, the people who are to be benefited by an engineering service and career. So one good thing I would say is to get prepared for this scenario where utilize all the avenues and opportunities. Even your seminars, you always take up seminars where you speak from your own experience, limited experience of finding out a project in the local area or inside the institution or even with the neighboring society, something like that, and start speaking on that thing. And the third thing is, nowadays, without teamwork, you cannot actually complete any project. With the COVID scenario, it has actually become very difficult to continue the kind of execution procedures or what you call the codes of practices, etc. They have to be very different in these days. So this is an additional problem which you will be facing at least in the immediate future for a few more years. So the best thing is now move closer to solving problems. Okay, over to you, Vijay.
Thank you, sir. So I think we have, talked about getting employment. We have talked about what is the challenge joining from academia to professional environment. So let's switch into really, growth in an industry. So Sapna madam, I think, you are probably best placed to answer questions about that. You have been working in the IT space in VMware and so on. So let's say, a new joinee, some of these, students here or professionals here are entering a new job. So what do you think is the best advice in terms of, obtaining growth inside a firm, right? So you have, the great resignation that is going on right now, right? People switching jobs, higher packages being given, we don't know whether it's all sustainable, but at least it is still happening, right? So what do you think is the best strategy for growth inside a firm, especially, when you join something as big as VMware or one of those major big companies?
Hey, good afternoon all. With this, I would say when a new joinee joins our company or any of the industry, what happens is the particular person should come out of his student mindset. Now he's being treated as a professional. and everyone will think he's a professional, but that doesn't mean that he should he should lose his curiosity. My first suggestion for a new journey for of a company should be he should be curious. The communication is very important. He should, if he has any, he or she has any doubts or anything, he should open up and he should speak out and get everything clarified, and build a network. Network is something which is very important in your initial stages, which will take you to the a long way. And be passionate about whatever you do, and keep learning, keep upskilling. Just because you landed a job, that doesn't mean that it's done. No, this is just a beginning. Our technology landscape is something, it keeps changing every single day. Either a new journey or a senior person, we have to keep learning, keep ourselves upskilled every single day. That's what keeps us sustained in our industry. And don't be hesitant of asking or anything. So no question is a silly question for that matter. And people love who are like curious, who comes and questions us, challenges us, and that shows how passionate the person is. Show your passion to your teammates, and be yourself. And as I said, and don't be complacent, and don't limit yourself. Just go out there and give your best.
Thank you. So I guess we switched tracks, from being employed to really going into a startup mode, and that's where our youngest panelist, Mr. Advait Thakur, comes in. And he's someone who has started very young and been successful as an entrepreneur, quite well known in that space. So just wanted to give his thoughts, want his thoughts in terms of what are the challenges faced. Let's say you switch and opt for a startup, right, at a young age, right? So I think his experience will be a model potentially some of you might face if you choose that route, right? So it is also an option to say no to the placement and start something on your own. So what advice would you give someone who is opting for that route, Mr. Advait?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me, and very good afternoon to all my co-panelists, Damodaran sir, Samir sir, and Sapna ma'am. And first of all, it's kind of intimidating for me to sit in with all you professionals, and probably I'm the youngest here on the panelist. So thank you for having me. And so the challenges I faced personally when I started the company was when no one believes you. In the beginning, it's we ourselves, I think, standing apart from the rest, and somewhere still confused about the path that we have taken up, and self-doubt due to naysayers. How to overcome it? The way I overcome it was to have obviously complete faith in what I'm doing. And sometimes, about running your own business brings out the naysayers. Generational values can affect how the community perceives you as a young entrepreneur, and also older people might instinctively judge you as a lazy or irresponsible person, refusing to give you a chance to earn their trust. And other entrepreneurs might doubt your ability to persist with your business over time. So when it comes to criticism, I say this all the times, I like to separate the wheat from the chaff. So other counterparts can have a lot of great lessons to teach, but I generally tend to put aside unhelpful comments and self-aggrandizing advice, and allow the positive to take precedence, rather than wasting my time on negative comments. And also, when I feel discouraged, a powerful motivational tool that I use is to take a look at list of my goals and the tasks to do. So I realize how the tasks I've assigned for today have a direct result in achieving my goals in the future. And last but not the least, passion. This is the most significant characteristics that every entrepreneur has, and for obvious reasons. When you genuinely love your work, you're willing to put in those extra hours, no matter what it takes for your business to succeed. And it goes beyond the money. Yes.
Okay. So I think let's go back to Samir sir again. So we spoke about the challenges. Now let's discuss more about what can be done, right? And Samir sir, as the newly appointed Dean of Academics, this might be part of your task also, right? So sir, what is the changes into curriculum that you would say, which will orient students towards these newer technologies? How can you create probably more full stack developers if that is the requirement? So what changes would you recommend?
Yeah, thank you, Bijoy. No, that's a very good question actually. And we all know that our curriculum lags behind the industry requirements. We all understand. But there is a fortunate development happened in the last last few years. There are two things came up from the government side, basically, because unless government takes a great initiative, our academic system won't change. That's because most of the academic system is primarily owned by the government or government controlled institutions like the regulatory bodies as AICTE and all. So therefore, unless government takes those steps, it is very difficult to introduce changes. So in this way, there are two changes. One is the National Education Policy 2020. And this is a new policy which has come up after about 35 years in India. So which proposes several new changes in the entire curriculum, starting from school to doctoral level studies, PhD curriculum. And the second one is Government of India has also came up with a new policy for innovation and entrepreneurship in the name of National Innovation and Startup Policy, NISP 2019. And these two policies are made as kind of mandatory ones to be implemented in the upcoming curriculum development in all academic institutions in some way or other. I mean, it takes some more time to fully implement this. But if you look at NEP 2020, one of the major features of NEP is multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary education. That is the traditional way of compartmentalizing education to specific hard streams of education is to be dispensed with, and we need to provide more opportunities for the students to learn engineering and other related subjects, basically. That is even humanities, social sciences, languages and all, so that the student coming out from a college will be developed as a more holistic professional, basically. So in that aspect, you can see that over the last few years, many academic institutions, including the Kerala Technological University and many NITs, IITs, etc., have started minor programs, right? So along with BTech majors, a student will be permitted to earn certain additional credits, say maybe 15 credits, 12 credits, or 15 credits in some other areas, totally different domains. It could be, say, a student doing BTech in mechanical engineering could be doing a minor in computer science or electronics, or even management, or even arts and humanities, if that is permitted in the university. And therefore, that will help the student to understand the challenges of the current engineering problems, basically, in a better way, and that will help the student to get more opportunities. So that is one is minor program. Second is we also need to have some content related to entrepreneurship, innovation, startup, etc., to be included in the academic curriculum as per NISP 2019. So in our curriculum also, we are going to revise it by including some subjects in that area with credits, and many universities also will be coming up. And most importantly, two major changes coming up is first is the students will be permitted to take a break from their studies, go and start their ventures if they are interested to pursue some after following up with a project or something, and then they will be able to come back to the institution and complete their program. That is one thing. Second is, so far in our academic system, especially government institutions, faculty members were not permitted to start companies on their own. So now with NISP, faculty members will be permitted to start companies on their own or along with their students, basically. And that will bring a lot of revolutions in the system. And we need to have, we need to explore these options. The third one is regarding industry-sponsored electives. In our curriculum, actually, almost 100% content delivery is done by the faculty members in the institution. So we need to invite our alumni working in industry and other industry experts to deliver some elective courses in the curriculum. Now with online education, it is very much possible. So maybe 1 or 2 subjects could be delivered by industry professionals so that the students will get an overall, idea about what is happening in the industry. And we are also thinking of introducing some complete project-based learning. So in every course, projects are to be made, mini projects are to be made as some mandatory component or something, so that the students will be able to do something and then understand things. Yeah, these are the changes, but there is something which has already started in various universities and it will take some more time. Yeah, thank you, Biju.
Okay, let's hope those actions are taken by the respective universities. So let's switch over to VKD sir again. Sir, you spoke about the challenges faced by new entrants, but what would you recommend as preparations, going forward, before joining, right? So as a student, what preparations you can take in becoming a professional?
Yeah, I think my answer is actually kind of a continuation of what Dr. Samir has mentioned. We have to have a little flexibility that is already coming from within the system, as he has pointed out. If there is provision for taking some elective or the minors, something like that, so that additional skills that are required can be acquired while studying itself. That is one thing. Second thing is, in olden days, we had something called apprenticeship. That is, after your degree, you will actually work in state electricity board or in an industry or elsewhere as an apprentice, unpaid apprentice, and learn the work and proceed. That is now gone, and we have now what is called as internship. That is also some done in different countries and different universities in different pattern. Anyhow, the learning the actual working environment, that is what I mean, not the work alone. Learning the working environment is very important. So this is something. And here, though the question does not cover that point, one thing now that people like Samir are here, they can definitely try to implement this, making a suggestion, which I have actually observed. I was actually watching technicians, engineers, and researchers working in China while I was living and working there. And also before that, as well as after that, I have been making umpteen visits to China for conferences, meetings, and all that thing. So I have been observing. Similarly, as a UN expert, I had been to many African countries and tried to discuss and find out the kind of problems there. And some included technical education as well. So here, what I have found out is that one difference that we have in the Western pattern of education, and particularly what we were practicing from the British rule onwards, is that when the technology changes, the practices changes, and the work environment changes, we don't actually train the skilled workmen. That is actually the ITI people, diploma people. They all do this, our supportive work as engineers. They do a lot of supportive work, sometimes very valuable and sometimes of greater magnitude than what the designers and engineers who are supervising do. So these people are not actually updated on the newer technologies and the newer problems that are cropping up. This is something which I found in China. They have been doing, whenever a new technology or new material is brought into the engineering field, I used to find that the technicians are actually trained, and therefore the quality of the finished work, whether it is a factory product, or whether it is a road construction or it is a tunnel construction, you will find that the quality of work is actually top class. So this is, and so there also in their training, also newer equipments and various other new things will be introduced. So that way, the percolation of the technology into the engineering field and into the society is actually much faster and smoother, because gradually from various sources, these things actually creep in, and by this kind of multi-level training. This is one area we should do, is otherwise engineers will not be able to do something. Another thing is we should actually, during the course of study, our youngest member actually had been mentioning about having a startup or a venture of oneself or a group of friends together. So this is a joint effort. This is an excellent thing. That is the way we have to actually work in future. But here again, we have to actually, the learning capability of these problems. That means in future, I find that careers will have to be created. You create. It is not actually in an office. When we became engineers, say 60 years back, at that time, we knew 2 or 3 avenues where we can actually go with the kind of degree that I had, and or any of my classmates had. So each one, so you only fit into it, and there is a set practice, and you have to actually kind of just to suit the system. Here, in future, it is going to be very different. You will have to find out your career or the line of work and what the kind of products you are going to produce, or what kind of service you are going to give, what kind of consultancy you are going to give, or you are doing research and trying to invent and do something like that. Whatever it is, that is up to you. According to your taste, you should be able to design this thing. And also, you will be able to design how you are going to implement that. For example, even in education, previously or currently, what we have is, it is all institution-based, higher education center, the colleges, the institutes. That is where you go, and teachers are there, equipments are there. But in coming days, we will find that out of, say, 200 working days, you will not be working in your own university or in your college for more than 100 days. Remaining days, you will have to work outside in various things. And this should be the real training ground where the engineering student actually tries to design his own destiny, and also the destiny of the country or the region which he is actually working and living. So that also, as somebody had actually pointed out, the societal interaction part also comes very much. And along with that, one thing is, engineers cannot actually get work done without convincing your bosses, that means political bosses or your decision makers in the administration, who makes funds available for projects to be done. And also the technicians and other workers, skilled or unskilled, who are to work for the success of this project or this product. So what you find is that at both these levels, communication is very important. To the worker, you should actually communicate in his own language, the way he understands it. And to the superior, you should actually communicate in such a manner that what is its policy impact, what is its financial impact, what is its normal social impact. All these things you will have to convince the people, decision makers. So both these level, you should be able to communicate as if you are very close to them. You start speaking their own language or their own terminologies. So this again, I feel is very important, that these are the new dimensions I would say an engineering student should acquire to be successful in the future career area.
Right.
Let me stop with that.
Thank you, sir. Now, I think there is another area that was left addressed, which is really diversity in hiring, right? So this is a common term that is heard abroad, but even though India is probably more diverse than any of the countries in the world, we don't really hear about diversity in hiring here, right? So there is a lot of types of diversity also, whether it's gender, race, language, all that are parts of it. Right. So, Sapna ma'am, I think having spent your time in, several industries, so what do you feel is lacking and what can be improved by companies, while they are approaching, students and young professionals for hiring?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I would say it's a burning question as of now in our industry. If you see, we have around 23 to 24% of women in workforce in our IT industry. And it has improved to 34%, which is a great thing. But with the 50% of our gender, just 34% in our workforce, it's not a great news. There is so it's a long way to go to reach that percentage. But we have our own challenges, our own stereotypes, which are getting addressed with I would say with a lot of effort from our leaders. So see, mostly women, what happens is mostly women, once they graduate or once they get into family life, they tend to take a back seat for various reasons. And maybe for primarily for family caring, I would say. So what was happening is once the woman has joined the workforce, there is lot of steep percentage of drop-offs because of all these personal reasons, and they didn't have a way to get back to the workforce. And that's how all our talent, all our most educated and the most talented girls or women are left behind. Now with our industry, with the from past 2-3 years, the trend has changed. Now in our industry, we have this women return to work programs. It is like taking place everywhere. In our company itself, in VMware, we have Tara program and Nakshatra. Tara program is one which will help the bridge, help bridge the gap between the the latest industry trend, and when the woman has left the workforce, there will be gap, right? That it is helping to bridge that gap with giving free digital transformation technology related trainings and cloud trainings, all those things. And women, we have a target of around 15,000 women. We have a target to train 15,000 women to get them back to the workforce, so that they'll get that confidence back. Once they are out of touch with the workforce, what happens is they will lose their confidence, whether to come back or whether I'll be able to match the current expectations or not. All those things. For that, what you need is you have to be relevant. For that, you have to upskill. So with that as a focus, we have this program called Tara. It is giving all the, a free technical education for women who has taken a break, and also for the students who after graduation, if they couldn't find a job because of, as our other panelists mentioned, because of gap with the academic and industry gap, they're not able to get into the workforce. That's also one major challenge for everyone. So for them also, they also can take advantage of these kind of programs. And one more program we have is like Nakshatra. This is also mostly focused on diversity hiring for women who has dropped off the workforce. This woman return to work. We'll hire them, we'll do the interview, we'll hire them, we'll train them, we'll try to bridge the gap, we'll give them 6 months of training, we'll bring their confidence back, and then absorb, or we will, once the person is trained, he can go anywhere. He can search for his job. It's a vast industry. It's people are hiring women left and right. Only thing is we need a right skill. For that, we women also, we have to, upskill. We have to help ourselves so that the industry can help us. So we have to, put some time and effort, and we have to do our part of job as well. See, a lot of time what happens is there are a lot of times we will have to prioritize between one thing or the other, either career or a personal life. It's okay to prioritize as the time comes. Once that priority is done, we have to take that priority as a second backseat and get back to another priority. So if in that course, if we take a break, it's okay. Now people can get back. That's the best thing, which has changed in the recent past, which industry leaders have realized and are doing work towards it. And one more thing is there is one more forum called Women Who Code. This is mostly focuses on this is for both men and women for that matter. Which will give mostly like latest technology trend, latest technology training, seminars, webinars, networking opportunities. Just be part of all those kind of forums, that gives you what's happening in the industry. What is you will get the insight of the industry. So you have to just be part of, try to be part of those forums. That really helps. Networking definitely helps. And you will have people from different, if you will get a chance to interact with people from different organizations, different phases of their life. It can be senior, junior, everyone will be there. So it's good to have those network opportunities as well. And with the diversity hiring, with nowadays organizations are making a conscious effort to have a minimum candidates for diversity candidate in their for any particular job opportunity. That's a great thing. So now if we have to move from 34% to 50%, this momentum has to increase. It has to keep on going, and it has to increase. And then only I think our industry can have that 50% of balance. And the economy can also definitely improve because of this. And for ladies out there, I would say just upskill, be confident, and never have us self-love, and always that having a financial freedom is something which is it's a great thing to have. We'll have the freedom that we get out of when we are financially free, and the confidence that we get, it is like there is no match for that. Never give up. Just keep trying, and just continue, and be persistent with your efforts.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have less time here, but I want to still sneak in one question with Advait again. So, we have this models of Zuckerberg and Bill Gates where people really not even finish college and get into entrepreneurship. But we also have, the Bansals who, the Amazon story where they're actually getting into industry, getting some skills, and then moving into entrepreneurship. So, you've been someone who opted to graduate and then move forward. So what do you think is the experience difference here, right? So how early should someone get into entrepreneurship? I think probably in a couple of minutes, we might have to conclude. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah. So what I think is, definitely you should, first of all, get your hands on something like where you want to start your business in. So I wouldn't say like it is important to research your industry, find competitors, and understanding risk and map out your finances before starting any business. So in my case, I didn't get any chance to work in a company or something because I had that freedom at home that I could try anything. I had that privilege. And along the way, I experimented a lot on my own before starting my company in IoT sector. So not everyone definitely has that kind of privilege. So I would suggest, get your hands in that industry. And what I would specifically suggest is instead of going into big companies, you should try for startups. Early startups, you can get into that, because in big companies, it's like you're part of a big machine, and in startup, you are like, it's a small machine and you have to do a lot in that, and you can learn along the way. So yeah, and understanding the work involved in starting a business is necessary for successful launch, obviously. And the importance of proper planning cannot be understated as well, as their decisions are core to how your business takes shape. So no matter how good your idea or how good you are in whatever you are trying to do, making good decisions early can help ensure continued growth, I would say.
Okay, I think with that we can conclude. I'll just summarize, the points that were mentioned here. So I think everyone spoke about upskilling and improving your skills, and don't get compartmentalized into what you're just learning, and keeping that learning going across, from the student life again back to professional life is something that was mentioned as most important. And above all, network within and outside your organization, like IEEE and other societies that you may be part of. And finally, believe in yourself. So thank you, panel, for your valuable suggestions and your time. Thank you all once again. Let me hand it over to the organizers.
I would like to thank all 4 of our panelists and our moderator for taking out their precious time and becoming a part of this event. I'm sure the audience must have gotten a lot of insight into the different activities of the professional members. Photos are a return ticket to a moment otherwise gone. To immortalize this moment of AISYWLC'21, we request all our delegates to gather here for the photo session. Excuse me, everyone. We'll be having a quick photo session now. We can have the snacks after that. So everyone, please wait. Can all the delegates and volunteers come to the front of the stage for the photo session?
Hello? Anyone in the meeting?
Yes, good evening.
At UST, we approach problems a little differently, with humility, humanity, and integrity, which means we can build without boundaries. We can be nimble and determined, bridging the gap between big ideas and a better future, unlocking the power of technology and creating an impact that lasts. We're engineers and architects, designers and technologists. We co-create with the world's best companies, helping them conquer their toughest business challenges. Born digital, we embed innovation, agility, and resiliency into everything our clients do. Reach into our toolbox to craft game-changing strategies that drive transformation, break free of convention, and break new ground across the world. We not only transform business, we transform the lives of the people and communities they reach, aspiring to touch 3 billion lives in the process. Because together, we build for boundless impact.
The event will be beginning very shortly. We request all the delegates to be seated soon.
Is anyone is there?
So very good evening to one and all, and welcome back to AISYWLC'21, All India Students, Young Professional, Women in Engineering, and Life Member Congress. So now let's move on to the most creative event of AISYWLC'21, which is AISYWLC'21 Got Talent. So now the event is sponsored by IEEE Amal Jyoti College of Engineering. And now we'll move on to the finalists of the event. So firstly, we have Abia Saji Abraham, our first finalist. So we request Ms. Abia Saji Abraham to kindly join us. So before we move on to the finalists, I would like to introduce our judges to all of you. Firstly, we have Ms. Pooja Haridas. She is the Joint Secretary of IEEE Kerala Section Young Professionals. We have Mr. Archit Goswami, SET mentor and past SET chair. We have Mr. Utkarsh Singh. He is the ICNL Chief Editor. I would like to welcome all the judges to the event. So here we have our first finalist, Ms. Abhiya Saji Abraham. Can we have you?
Am I audible?
No, you're not audible. Yeah, it's audible. Yeah.
Okay. Culture does not make people, but people make culture. A very pleasant good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Abhiya Saji Abraham, a 20-year-old Delhi-based Malayali, pursuing my BTech in Information Technology. Also, an IEEE volunteer of SP at Amal Jyoti College of Engineering, Kamirapalli. About my interest, I am a trained Bharatanatyam dancer and violinist. Kerala is one of the most beautiful states enriched in culture, tradition, greenery. So, this was the main reason for me to showcase our culture through my dance, which I performed was a poem written by Kavalam Narayana Panikal called Karukare Karmugil. Also, I like to thank AISYWLC for giving me this opportunity and for helping me to believe in myself. I hope that you will all enjoy my performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhiya. So now let's watch her video. Thank you, Abhiya. So that was indeed very wonderful, and it shows all the dedication that you've put to the event. Thank you, Abhiya. So next, we have our second finalist, Shreya Ekande. Can we have Shreya here? Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Shreya Ekande and I'm from IEEE Pune section. I am in my third year of engineering and I'm a computer science student. I feel that Bollywood connects all the parts of India. So I actually learn Kathak and I also pursue drawing and music. But I like to express all my emotions through dance. So I have here danced on a popular Bollywood song. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shreya. So let's watch her video.
So that was a really marvelous performance, Shreya. Great job. So for the next performer, we have Aryaman Lal. So if he's present, please, I request him to come to the stage and introduce himself.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Aryaman from IEEE CUK, which is in Bangalore section. So I have covered a song known as Kasoor by Pratik Kuhad. So I have never learnt music and I play guitar. So it is all my own. So please have a look on it. Just a raw take. Thank you.
So thank you, Ariman. Now let's watch this video.
मैं गुमसुम मैं गुमसुम इन राहों की तरह देखा हूँ मैं तेरी ख्वाहिशों में छुपा ना जाने क्यों है ये रोज का सिलसिला दूर की है दास्तां तेरी जुल्फों की ये नमी तेरी आंखों का ये नशा या खो भी जाऊं क्या कसूर है मेरा क्या कसूर है मेरा
Wow, that was actually really marvelous. The guitar strokes of Aryaman was really soothing both for the mind and the soul. Great job, Aryaman. So next we have Ashwati Shivakumar. Is Ashwati present here or has she joined us?
Yes, I'm present.
Ashwati.
Am I
Okay,
audible?
then we shall continue with Ashwati is here. Ashwati has joined us virtually. Yeah, hey Ashwati, over to you.
I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, we can.
Good evening, all. My name is Ashwati Shivakumar. I'm from Kottayam. I'm a second year BTech EC student from College of Engineering, Kidangur. And I'm a trained classical dancer. And I thank everyone of AISYWLC for selecting me and shortlisting me to the second round of this program. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ashwati. So now let's watch a video. Thank you, Ashwati, for giving that Kerala tradition flavor. So now we have our next finalist, our finalist number 5, Medha Vasudevan M. Can we have Ms. Medha Vasudevan M here? Can we have Ms. Medha Vasudevan M here? So I guess she's not available online as well as offline. So now let's move on to our next finalist. Our finalist number 6, S. Maheen. Can we have Mr. S. Maheen here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hi, Maheen.
Yeah, hi. Good evening to one and all. My name is Maheen. I am an engineering student from Ballari Institute of Technology and Management, Ballari, Karnataka, and I have made a video chip of my art. That is, you cannot. It is like you can not always speak out your heart, but you have the possibility to sketch out your heart and your thoughts. Here, one of my little bit art about to educate men to respect women. I have portrayed all my emotions, worries, cornered to the girl society in the art. Please, you can do.
Thank you, Maheen. So let's watch her video now. Maheen, that was a really wonderful piece of art. Thank you, Maheen.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so before we further move forward, I request everyone to maintain silence and please maintain a code of conduct. So now, next we have our 7th finalist, Vimal KN. Can we have Vimal here?
Yes.
Yeah, hi Vimal.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm a second year engineering student of Srivati Institute of Management and Technology. And my drawing is simply a COVID test type. And thank you.
Okay, so now let's move on to Vimal's video. Thank you, Vimal. That was actually wonderful. So now let's move on to our 8th finalist, Mohammad Basim. Can we have Mr. Mohammad Basim here?
Hi.
Yes, hi Basim.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I am Mohammad Basim, studying in MA Engineering College, final year mechanical department. And about my video, it was taken for I mean, 3 weeks back, I think so. Not 3 weeks back. 3 weeks back. 1 month back, actually, for an orientation program related to IEEE for the newcomers. And I hope you all enjoy the video. Thank you.
Yes, Bazim, thank you. So now let's watch his video. Thank you, Basim. That is really nice. So next we have our 9th finalist, Dr. S. Harivardhini Subhadra. Can we have you?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Dance is my pulse, my heartbeat, my breathing. It's the rhythm of my life. It's an expression in time and movement, in happiness, joy, sadness, and envy. I believe this quote suits me the most. Good evening to all. I'm Dr. Harivardhini, the Vice Chair of IEEE WIE Hyderabad section. I'm a Keralite settled in Hyderabad. I have rekindled this passion after a small break, though I am in my early 40s and I'm a proud mother of 2 children and currently working as HOD of EI department at CVR College of Engineering. I believe that my love for dance is not lost. I keep performing whenever I get a chance. I thank AISYWLC'21 for giving me a chance to exhibit my talent among all the young talents who are present over here. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let's watch the video.
हमने जो था नगमा सुना दिल ने था सुख चुना ये दास्तान हमें वक्त ने कैसी सुनाई हम जो अगर है गमगी वो भी उधर खुश तो नहीं मुलाकातों में है जैसे घुल सी गई तन्हाई मिलके भी हम मिलते नहीं खिल के भी गुल खिलते नहीं आंखों में है बहारे दिल में खिजा सारे सहमे नजारे हैं सोए सोए वक्त के धारे हैं और दिल में खोई खोई सी बातें हैं ओ
Thank you, Dr. Harivardhini. That was really nice. Next, we have Uteja Bomineni. Do we have Uteja here? No. So we shall see Uteja's performance now.
लहरें बहती रहती लहर नदियों से तेरी दुनिया में मेरी दुनिया है तेरी चाहतों में मैं ढल जाती हूँ तेरी आदतों में अगर तुम साथ हो अगर तुम साथ हो तेरी नजरों में है तेरे सपनों में नाराजी मुझे लगता है कि बातें दिल की होती लफ्जों की धोखेबाजी, तुम साथ हो या न हो क्या फर्क है, बेदर्द थी जिंदगी बेदर्द है, अगर तुम साथ हो, अगर तुम साथ हो.
Thank you, Deja. That was a nice performance. Next, we have Anakha Aparna for the performance. Yeah. Welcome, Anakha.
Hello, I am Anagha Uparna with my teammate Nandita Nandakumar. We are the Executive Committee Council member of IEEE SIS GST, which is under Bombay section. We are presenting you the beautiful, elegant, the graceful dance form, classical dance form from Kerala, that is Mohiniyattam. We have tried our best to show the very beautiful location from our very own college, that is SIS Graduate School of Technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Aparna. So now we can see Aparna's performance. Shall we have it on the screen? Yeah.
കളിയാടും നാടേ നിൻ തുഞ്ചത്ത്, മുത്തോളം മുകിലോളം മലയാളം പാടും നിൻ തീരത്ത്, പൂപ്പൊലിപ്പാട്ടീണം മൈലാഞ്ചി പാട്ടിനഴകൊടു കൂട്ടുകൂടും നേരം, നല്ലോണം നമ്മൾ കോണം മിന്നൽ പൂരം തുടിതാളം മഴയുടെ മേളം, നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കും നർമ്മദതാളം പരിചകളുടെ വേരുളി മേളം, നെഞ്ചിനുതാളം നിലവിട മേളം, പാടത്തെ പാട്ടിൽ നിന്നോർത്തെടുക്കാം ഈണങ്ങൾ, മേടത്തിൽ ചിങ്ങത്തിൽ പൂത്തിറങ്ങും വർണ്ണങ്ങൾ, എണ്ണിത്തീരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ചൊല്ലിത്താ കഥകൾ നിറയും പല മട്ടുക്കും പാട്ടുകൾ പാടിത്താ. തേരാറ്റിൻ തീരത്തെ പമ്പയാറ്റിനോരത്തെ പൂന്തോപ്പിൽ മാങ്കാവിൽ നാളികേരത്തോട്ടത്തിൽ തട്ടി തട്ടി പോകും പൂങ്കാറ്റേ, രുചികൾ പടരും മരുതപ്പാട്ടിൻ നീട്ടുകൾ മൂളിത്താ. മുത്താളം മുടിതാളം കളിയാടും നാടേ നിൻ തുഞ്ചത്ത്, മുത്തോളം മുകിലോളം മലയാളം പാടും നിൻ തീരത്ത്, പൂപ്പൊലിപ്പാട്ടീണം മൈലാഞ്ചി പാട്ടിനഴകൊടു കൂട്ടുകൂടും നേരം, നല്ലോണം നമ്മൾ കോണം മിന്നൽ പൂരം തുടിതാളം മഴയുടെ മേളം, നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കും നർമ്മദതാളം പരിചകളുടെ വേരുളി മേളം, നെഞ്ചിനുതാളം നിലവിട മേളം,
Thank you, Anakha Aparna. That was really nice. So next we have finalist Shubhangi Chaudhary. Can we have Shubhangi Chaudhary here?
Yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Shubhangi, you're audible. Yeah.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Shubhangi Chaudhary. I'm a third year computer science student from SBJan Institute of Technology Management and Research, Nagpur. I'm from IEEE Bombay section and I'm also a graphic designer in IEEE CS chapter of SBJan student branch. And for AISYWLC Got Talent, I performed a Marathi folk dance called as Gondal. I'm not a trained dancer, but I like dancing and I dance to entertain myself. So I hope you all will like and enjoy my performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhangi. So now let's watch a video. Okay, so thank you. So now we just go for a 5 minutes break. We request you not to leave the venue. Please be seated. We request you not to leave the venue and please be seated. Okay. We'll begin very soon. We'll continue very soon. So yeah, so now we'll continue with our event. So next we have our finalist, Jayavardhan B. Can we have Jayavardhan here? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Jayavardhan, and I'm from IEEE GPRI Hyderabad section, and I'm here to showcase my art. Basically, experience is left to you, and I've done my art full. And so, stay happy, stay positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayavardhan. So let's watch this video. Jayavardhan, that was really nice and wonderful indeed. So next, our next finalist, Aparna MS. Can we have Aparna here? Our next finalist is Aparna MS. Yes, hi Aparna.
Am I audible?
Yes, Aparna, you're audible, yeah.
Okay. Culture grows on a vine of tradition. Good evening, all. I am Aparna MS from Government Engineering, a professionally trained Bharatanatyam and Mohiniyattam dance form of Kerala, Mohiniyattam. The dance piece called Padam that I have selected today is composed by King Swati Tirunal. The song is set to Raga Neelambari and Tala Rupaka. This Padam shows the desire of a woman to be in reunion with her Lord, here Lord Krishna. Do enjoy.
Thank you, Aparna. So let's watch a video now. Thank you, Aparna. So now we have our next finalist, Reshmaja K. Ramesh. Can we have Reshmaja here?
Yeah. Yeah. So, good evening to all present here. I'm Reshmaja K. Ramesh. I'm from Madras section. So currently I'm pursuing third year ECE at Sri Saram Engineering College, Chennai. And I'm the Signal Processing Society Secretary of my own student branch. So I'm a Bharatanatyam dancer, UHT Kalamamani awardee. And for the AISYWL Got Talent show, I have presented a couple of dance. So one is a Kanakul Rhythm by Sri Manjunath. So the specialty of that particular Kanakul Rhythm is it is based on the golden ratio of Fibonacci series. So basically it is an art cum math tala. So and the second one is Chinanjiri Kiliye by Sri Subramanya Bharadiyar. So it's my own choreography, and I hope you all enjoy. And I should apologize to the juries for the poor video quality because at the urge of submitting, I just uploaded a wrong video, and I'm so sorry about the video quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Reshmaja. So now let's watch a video.
21.
என்னை கருத்தீர்த்த உலகில் ஏற்றம் புரிய வந்தாய் சின்னல் சிறு கண்ணுமா பிள்ளை கனியமுத கண்ணம்மா பிள்ளை கனியமுத கண்ணம்மா அள்ளி அணைத்திடவே என் முன்னே ஆடி வந்தே சின்னல் சிரிக்கி கண்ணம்மா
Thank you, Reshmala. That was also really nice. So now we have one more video, which is of Medha Vasudevan M. We just missed her video, so we'll just watch the video now. So that was also really nice. So now let's move on to our next segment of the event, which is sponsored by our associate sponsors, EduRupt. Now, great literature is simply language charged meaning to the utmost possible degree. Well, it may sound pretty simple when we talk about it, but writing and publishing profound literature is actually a very Herculean task. So now it has to be understood, deliberated upon, and elocuted in a manner that appeals to all and yet stands out from the other literary pieces. So hence, literature should be perceived, preserved, and passed on to the next generations. So now today, we have a well-known author from this literary world itself, and we are going to hear about her literary journey. So now please welcome Mrs. Khairunisa A.
Before moving on to Khairunisa ma'am's session, I would like to thank the judges for taking their time in evaluating and looking into the performance made by the finalists of AISYWLC Got Talent. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So, Khairunisa ma'am is the author of various children's fiction books, an academician, a speaker, and a columnist. I'm sure many of you in the audience have read the Tinkle magazine. Well, remember Amar Kishan, aka the Butterfingers? Khairunisa ma'am is the creator of this very famous, loved, and widely celebrated Tinkle character. We are excited to know more about Khairunisa ma'am's journey and the reason as to why she chose to walk on this path of literature and writing. So without any further delay, let us begin with our next event, My Literary Journey with Khairunisa A. Ma'am, I welcome you to the third day of AISYWLC'21. And thank you for accepting our invitation. We'll now begin the session, ma'am. Yeah.
So I just start straight away. No, it's okay. I asked for this. Good evening. I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm privileged to be part of your function. IEE, and I think I would stick to IEEE rather than the rest of it. You know, you have, your organization has got a lot of letters. So I don't want to make a mistake by getting some letters wrong, in which case it is also to do with women, it's to do with professionals, it is to do with engineers, but it is to do with engineers. That is what is so special. And I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me, for hosting me, and for being such wonderful hosts. Shankar Jairaj, the chair, he was the one who invited me. In fact, twice before he had invited me for some other functions and I could not make it. So third time I was able to come and I'm very happy to be here. Now coming to my literary journey, before I go to that, I would like to tell you that I was very happy to see some faces, familiar faces. Of course, they were masked, so I couldn't make out that they were actually familiar faces until they introduced themselves, then removed the mask. There was one person who said he met me when he was this high, now he's that high. But it was so good to meet people you have met long back and find out how you have grown and what you have done with your lives. So coming to my literary journey, when you say literary journey, you get the feeling that it is a journey that I took as a writer. Now that came a little late. So for me, if you take literature to mean something to do with writing, then my literary journey actually started when I learned to read. That was when my literary journey started. And that is where I'm going to start. Now, don't be startled. Don't get worried. You will think, my goodness, she's going to start with when she started reading. So when is she going to reach where you go to when I start writing? But don't worry, I'm like Anju Bobby George. I will make giant leaps from one section to the other. So don't worry at all. But I have to tell you this because if it is my literary journey, or the details of my literary journey I'm sharing with you, it is also to let you know how you can become a writer even when you did not ever dream of becoming a writer, because that's what happened to me. I became a writer by chance. You can call me an accidental writer. But once I became a writer, I realized that all that happened earlier in my life, where all those events were responsible for what I became later when I wrote, or what it did to me. So when I first started, I started school when I was in the second standard. So my husband tells me that my education is incomplete. And I actually went to to school. Of course, I did go to school when I was in the LKG. You won't believe it. I said, they're not teaching anything. They're just making you eat something, some biscuits. They ask you to play. They make you sleep. So they're not teaching anything. And I won't go to school. Now, I think how wonderful it would be. I would love it to go to a place where they give you food to eat, they ask you to play, and they ask you to sleep, and no teaching happens. But at that time, I don't know, I said I wanted to study. I did not go to school. And then there was home schooling, you could say. Homeschooling in the sense, my mother used to teach me, and we are a large family, 8 of us. I'm the youngest of 8, 7 girls and 1 boy. I know you'll pity the boy. And my mother, when she was working, when she was doing something, she would teach me with a book. Sing, 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 mother, sing, can mother sing, mother can sing, can Pat sing, Pat can sing, Pat sing to mother, mother sing to Pat. See, I still remember all those. And that is what I learned. And then I think what happened was, it's a large family. I didn't go to school when I was in the LKG. And later they probably forgot that I should go to school. And suddenly woke up to the idea that she's not going to school. And in the 2nd standard, I was sent to school. And when I was sent to school, that's when I really started understanding what books are, what reading is, because at home we had books. I always tell people that reading can happen only in a home, or mostly in a home where there are books and where parents read, where siblings read, where there is reading happening, where there are newspapers, where there are magazines, where there are bookshelves, where there are books, because that is what makes the child want to read. You can't have parents looking through the phone or watching something on the screen and then telling the child, read, read. Children are very imitative. They won't read. So in my case, what happened was, I came from a family where reading was important. Lots of books in the house. Of course, these books, many of them didn't belong to us. They were, we couldn't afford to buy books like that. They were all borrowed. Don't worry, we used to return them. Like somebody said, the best way to build a library is to borrow from others and not return them. But we weren't exactly doing that. We used to return the books, and we were also members of various libraries. Plus the fact that every 2 years there was a child, for my parents, I mean. So if I'm in the 2nd standard, there's a sister in the 4th, then someone in the 6th, and then you have, so in different classes, you have sisters, you have 3 who are in colleges. So each one comes with what has happened in their school or college. They share that there will be all kinds of books, and we all read. See, these were things that were honing my skills, but I did not realize that when it was happening. And I loved humor. It was something that I always enjoyed. I love reading all kinds of books, but I have a special weakness maybe, or love for humor. And I'd liked to read humorous books. So discovering P.G. Wodehouse when I was in the 8th standard. And even before that, Billy Bunter, and Enid Blyton, I think, is what we all grew up on. So all these books were helping me. Something else that helped me, now when I look back, it's only when, after I became a writer, people ask me these questions. Did you always want to become a writer? What were your experiences that made you a writer? And I also feel that, see, living in a large family, being a part of a large family is it helps you a lot, because there are 8 children, my mother, father, so there are 12 people, 12 different people under one roof. Not one is similar to the other. So you are actually getting an idea of how different people are, how they behave, what encourages them to do what, so many things. And then something else that probably made me love humor or write humor is the fact that my sisters, I'm the youngest. So there was a lot of banter at home. There would be people, saying something, you have to respond, repartee, you have to think on your feet. And you are honing your skills that way. You have to, it's very difficult when you're the youngest. You can be crushed. So you have to try to outsmart your sisters. You have to outsmart them by a better repartee. So you are always thinking of what to say next. How can I outdo her with my answer? And those kind of things were happening. Plus, my favorite subject was English, because I love reading. So if you look at it, my literary journey, I would say the journey happened because of my love for books, because of my love for the English language. I wanted to do something, to be with books and to have something to do with the English language. But I never wanted to be a writer when I was small. I like to write. That's a different thing. We used to have a period called composition period. I do not know whether it is there now. It might be called creative writing. But that was a period I used to wait for, because I wanted to write in a different way. I wanted to write differently from others. You feel that because you like the subject so much, you want to make your essay, short story. We were asked to write short stories. We were asked to write essays. Letter writing. Now nobody writes letters, but in those days we had to learn letter writing. Formal, friendly letters and not unfriendly letters, but formal letters. Letters like, as somebody said, with reference to the above, please look through my below, somebody who didn't know English. And so those formal letters were taught us how to write a business letter. You can't bring humor there, then that will be the end of everything. But in the friendly letters, which would be write a letter to your cousin, your friend about your experiences at the exhibition, or your holidays, how you spent your holidays, your trip by in a train, whatever. Every time I read, I used to wait for this period because I wanted to write something which will also make it a little different, a little funny. I had a cousin, a small cousin, who, when he was traveling by train, he was put on the top berth, and there was this guy who was selling vadas, in the basket, and whenever he passed, this chap used to take from him. Very easy. Nobody even knew. He was sitting on the berth, and then he used to just like that. So watching all those, you include that in your essay, you include that in your stories. So all these little things that you pick up because you're looking around, you're interested in people, you're interested in what is happening, helps you later. And then came the turning point, turning point is just coming. And I finished my 10th standard. It was time to go for the pre-degree. And in those days, pre-degree, you have to choose, as you do now, I think, 11th and 12th, science subjects. I know you're all engineers. You all must have taken maths. And I loved maths also. Strange, isn't it? That I should love literature so much and also love maths. That's because we had the class sister in the 10th standard. She taught English. She also taught maths. And she taught maths so well, wonderfully. So much so that I just loved maths. And I used to want to keep on doing those problems. And she used to have classes for those who were not particularly good in maths after class. I wasn't that bad, but I would stay back just because I wanted to do more of maths. I can't believe I did all these things. And so when it came to choosing what group you want, first group, second group, third group, fourth group, there's a fifth group. Fifth group was my special group, which is in All Saints College, English. economics, and world history. That's what I wanted, but there is this love for math suddenly. And then better sense prevailed. I realized it is not love for maths, it is love for the maths teacher. And that teacher will not come with me to my college. That is how I did not take maths. Otherwise, I might have somehow stumbled and I might have been in an engineering college with probably having maximum number of back papers. But that didn't happen. I took 5th group, where again, it was not easy. I went with my father who said, you take 5th group. I went, I took, I joined, came back home, and there was a big showdown. Everyone, all the others, they said, no, everything has to happen in 2s at home. We have 2 engineers, 2 in engineering college. We have 2 people, 2 doing literature. We have 2 doing economics. Only 1 doing medicine. You have to do medicine. You have to take the 2nd group. I said, I don't want to take the 2nd group. I don't like, especially biology. I had such a terrible time drawing the life history of the frog, life cycle of the frog. I was thinking, I don't want to have anything to do with the life cycle of man. And I did not want that. But because of the pressure, I actually went the next day to the principal and told her, I want to take 2nd group. I want to change my group. So she asked me, it was a Goan sister, Sister Amata, very sweet sister. She asked me, but yesterday you came with your father and you got admission to the 5th group. Why do you want to change to the 2nd group? I said, I don't want to change. Everyone at home wants me to do 2nd group. Then she said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to do 5th group. She said, then, okay, you do 5th group. You study what you like and you do well in that and show your people at home that this is your forte. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. I went home and said, the principal said, you need not change your group. And that was how I did my 5th group. I did literature, BA literature, then I did MA literature, always with books, with literature. That is what was so exciting. Wanted to read and read. And occasionally I used to write, which would be always under compulsion. When I think back, the sisters or the teachers would say, go for this competition, go for this writing competition, short story competition, essay writing in school, in college, poetry. I'm not a poetry person at all. I actually wrote a poem and got a prize for it. It's my guilty secret. I have not ventured into poetry after that. I'm too prosaic. And then occasionally for All India Radio, you have Yuvani, where they showcase the skills of students. So then they would ask me to write a story and read it out. So these were those small things I was doing. Then did finish my PG. I did my PG in University College. So from All Saints, I went to University College. It was special for me also because, English continued to be my first love, or I should say one of my first loves. My husband is here. And so it was in University College that I met him. That was another journey altogether. And immediately after doing my PG, I went to teach in Holy Angels Convent. Now that was very special for me because that told me I had a wonderful time with students, 9th standard and 10th standard ICSE students who were brilliant. The worst of them was probably the best of some of my other classes that I have taught. Uniformly good. They spoiled me actually because they were so good. And I enjoyed teaching. They taught me a lot. And I realized I want to become a teacher. I want to teach. That is what my profession should be. And then I went to All Saints. But after that, it was a temporary vacancy. I wanted a permanent job. And that's when my love for maths came in handy. I wrote those recruitment exams. I got through Punjab National Bank as management trainee. That's what they call the officers. And 2 years I was there learning, just training, going all over the country, loans, foreign exchange, supervisory, rural training in Nazafgarh near Delhi, where all we did was to drink chai and write off loans, bakri loan, murgi loan, nothing, and learn nothing. But I learned one thing, that banking is not for me. I wanted to get out of it. And then All Saints called for teachers, applied, got it, and started teaching, and I loved teaching. So now what I wanted to tell you is all these things, my love for books, my love for literature, my love for the English language, my love for teaching, my love for my students, all this was actually helping me. I had no idea it was happening. And then came the time when I actually started writing in earnest. This also happened quite by chance. My son, small boy, we used to get tinkle at home. What you were told about tinkle, probably you all grew up on tinkle. And they were calling for entries for a competition. It was an all India competition for adult writers of children's fiction. And I thought, I'm adult enough. They were not asking for mental age. So I thought, fine. Then they said, it has to be within 3,000 words. You should be an Indian, all those things. Original story. I said, okay, let me try. I thought, just like that, I will try. And I wrote a story, which is Butterfingers. The story that I wrote for the competition, I never, ever, ever imagined that Butterfingers would have had this kind of a buttery journey when I wrote that story. And if you look at it, I might tell you that I wrote it just like that. But when you enter a competition, you don't write things just like that. You saw all the competitors here who were putting their, who were trying to show their best skills. So you want to write something that you feel could be good, could get a prize maybe. So I wrote, and I told myself, there aren't any sports stories. I love sports. So I'm going to write a story that is sports based. Cricket. I love many sports, but I know cricket very well. I don't play, but watch, and I do know. Then humorous. It has to be a humorous story. And who will be the main character? That's when I thought of Butterfingers. People ask me, how did you think of Butterfingers? How did you think of the name Butterfingers? I said, I did not invent the name Butterfingers. Butterfingers existed, has been there in the English language for a long time. People thought that it was Charles Dickens who in Pickwick Papers first used Butterfingers with the same meaning. Somebody who's clumsy, somebody who drops things, somebody who is a slip grip, and butter-fingers. Then someone found out, no, it was there even before that. Butterfingers was used in a newspaper. More research was done. And then it was found out that it was first used, I think in 1615, by a writer whose name was Gervase Markham, in a book that he wrote called The English Housewife. The English Housewife, I'm sure women won't like it, no? How an English housewife should be, how a typical housewife should be. She must be clean, she must be neat, she must have a good nose. Good nose, nothing to do with the beauty of the nose. She should be able to smell well. She should not be butterfingered. Butterfingered. That was what was used. She should not have butterfingers. She should keep a good house and so on. So that the word existed. But how did I come to know about the word? I came to know about the word because at home, I told you about this, all my sisters and all of us, whenever anybody dropped something, we used to call the other person Butterfingers. You're a Butterfingers. You're a Butterfingers. So Butterfingers is a word that was often used at home all the time. And we used to call one another. And I thought, okay, I will have a boy whose nickname is Butterfingers. You can't have somebody with a real name Butterfingers. No, it's terrible. Imagine damning a child by giving such a name. But a Butterfingers on the cricket field can generate humor. I can think of comical situations. I can think of fun. And that was how I wrote the story Butterfingers. And I got the second prize for that. I was very happy. All India competition, second prize is not anything to be sneezed at, but that would have been the end of the story. You would not have invited me here. I would not be here sharing my story with you had it not been for something that happened, which I call the turning point in my writing career. Some of you may have heard this before. What happened? If you have already heard it, then please pretend you're hearing it for the first time, or maybe you can just switch off. But what happened was, one day, two strangers came to my house, a lady and her husband. And she introduced herself as Prabha Nair. She said, and her husband was a Commodore in the Navy. He may be a Commodore in the Navy, but he has to obey his wife when she says, come. And he came along. They came to my house. You know why she came? She said she's the assistant editor of Tinkle. So my eyes popped out. What is the assistant editor of Tinkle doing in my house? And then we got talking. What she said was, in Tinkle, they all enjoyed my story. It was a fun story. They loved the story. They didn't give me the first prize, but they loved the story. And so it is in Mumbai, and her in-laws were in Trivandrum. So when they heard she was coming to Trivandrum, they actually told her, why don't you go and look up this person? Gave her my address, asked her to go and meet this person who wrote the story. You can't call me a writer. I just written one story. Meet this person who wrote the story and find out if she is as lively, as bubbly as her story. This is what she told me. And she came to my house. I couldn't believe it. Imagine an editor coming to your house. And then we got talking and we found we had common friends. And she asked me, are you sending an entry for the next year's competition? So I said, no. She said, why not? I said, I've already got a prize. She said, what is this? Such low ambitions. You got one prize and you're very happy. I said, no, because I didn't really think much about it. I said, no, it's because I thought once you've got a prize, you cannot send an entry, or you can only, it's almost like being elected. You can only be elected for 2 terms. You can't, or 2 terms, 3 terms. So I said, I did not think further on it. She said, no, you have to join. We go by the story, the quality of the story. We have an independent panel of judges. The names are anonymous. Nobody knows whether the person has won a prize before or not. You have to write, she said. Now this request actually, or suggestion, whatever you call it, is coming from the assistant editor of the magazine. I can't say, I had to follow that. And I sent an entry for the next year's competition. It was a story called Sourpuss, which won the first prize. And the writing bug, I can't call it bit me. It started scratching occasionally, nibbling occasionally, because I was not writing all the time. I still did not think of myself as a writer who has to write something which will come out as a book, nothing. But I understood how nice it is to write something, to let your creativity get channelized into a story which is accepted and loved by people and adjudged the best. It got the first prize. So that was when I thought I can write, because I was also busy with my work. teaching in a college, full-time job, so much to read, so much to prepare, looking after your home, and looking after my child, husband. So along with all that, I'm writing on the side occasionally. You can say kind of a deadline writing. When there is this competition, I would write. And a spate of prizes followed. And I wrote occasionally for Children's Book Trust. And probably Tinkle got fed up of giving me prizes. So the editor asked me, can you create a regular character for Tinkle magazine? I said, I have a character. I've already created a character because Butterfingers has been living in my head. I'd created many other characters after that, but many other characters means in those stories that I've written, not many stories, but different characters. But Butterfingers was something special. So then this man, the associate editor, the main editor, the chief editor was Uncle Pai, Anand Pai. He was already very old at that time. And Luis Fernandez told me, can you send me 2 stories, Butterfinger stories? And if you have the first story, can you just send it? I want to see if it has the potential to be a regular serial. So I thought of 2 stories. I sent the story. She said, yes, I think it can. And that was how in 2006, Butterfingers became a regular in Tinkle magazine. And I'm sure many of you must have been very small at that time. I don't want a lot of young women, I don't want to ask you your age, but I'm quite certain that you would have been born probably in the late 90s or early 2000. Right? Nobody is telling me anything, okay? But 2006 is when I started this regular serialization of Butterfingers. When it was a fortnight, every fortnight. When it was a monthly, every month. And it became hugely popular. I made a few changes when I made it a serial from the first story. Few changes, meaning not drastic changes. I changed the name of the main character. The main character in my first story was Mukesh. In the story, the original one that I wrote, the one that was responsible for why I'm here today. And that was, the editor said it sounds old-fashioned. The singer Mukesh, other Mukeshes may not like it, but he said, it sounds a little old-fashioned. We should think of something else. I said, yes, we should think of something else. And the one I thought of was my son. My son's name is Amar. And he would never allow me to use his name. I used to use my friends' children's names, other people's, other relatives' names, other friends' names, neighbors' children's names, any name I could find, I would use in the stories. But he would not let me use his name. No, don't use. But okay, don't. Then I asked him, shall I use your name? Shall I change Amar, the real name of Butterfingers to Amar? I think he was not listening. I don't know what it was. He nodded. And what his nod meant also, I did not investigate further. I took it to mean yes. And I changed the name to Amar. So that was how Amar Kishan, class 9, 14 years old, became a regular feature of Tinkle and became so popular that there was a time when all the letters that came to, most of the letters that Tinkle got were about Butterfingers, how much they liked them. The children could relate to them, could relate to Butterfingers and his friends, what they were doing. I got a girl in because I was feeling very guilty. My students used to tell me, I was teaching in a girls' college, they said, ma'am, you like boys better than girls. I said, no, I don't, not like that at all. It is just that my first story was about cricket. So somehow I thought, I'll make it a boys' school. But now again, I'm sure they'll be up in arms saying, what do you mean cricket? Therefore, boys' school, girls play cricket. It's true, we have a wonderful women's team doing so well. Anyway, whatever it is. So because of that guilt, I started trying to bring in more girls and some female presence was going on like that. And then something else happened. So I call it the first innings of Butterfingers, the first book, first story. When it became a regular feature, second innings of Butterfingers. But there is a third innings that happened. Because while all this was happening, and I had already by then established myself as someone who writes a little. I had a column in the Indian Express. I won the Children's Award for Unison Award that happened in 2007, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, so that was happening. But the way it happens in Tinkle is I write a long story. For those who don't know what exactly happens, the comic format, my story is long and a second person steps in whose name is, who is called the script writer. Now the script writer has a very important role to play, turns the story into a script. You know, you have those squares, those are called panels, and then you have the speech balloons where they talk. So the script writer takes just what is necessary to make it a page turner, to make it fun, to make it interesting, and probably gives the suggestions to the illustrator, the third important person, who is, I would say, a very important person. Because in a comic, the illustrator has a huge role to play. In fact, when Butterfingers became a regular comic in Tinkle, the editor said this Abhijit Kinney has drawn a picture of Butterfingers based on what you had written, and using his imagination, tell us if it is okay. Can we have this as a character, as Butterfingers? So I liked it very much because the face had that intelligence, fun, clumsiness, the joy, everything was there on the face. I fell in love with how he had picturized Butterfingers. But there was one problem. In his picture, Butterfingers had red hair. I said, no, my Butterfingers is an Indian boy. Indians must have black hair. No red hair. He has to have black hair. So what happened was, Abhijit did not know that it came from me. He thought later when we became friends, he told me, and I told him how much I love Butterfingers, how you draw. He said, yeah, I know. But then, then Tinkle, the hair was, I had drawn the hair as, colored the hair red. And Tinkle, they said, you have to change it to black. He didn't sound very happy. And then I confessed in a very small voice, that was not Tinkle. Please don't blame them. I was the one who was responsible. I wanted the boy to be black, and I'm very glad that I did that, because I'm sure you also would not have liked, would you have liked redhead Butterfingers? No, you would want a blackhead Butterfingers. And that was how it happened. So I was telling you how these three of us are involved in this, and I write the story. First, I was very unhappy. My heart broke actually when I saw the first story coming in comic strip form. Where are my lovely sentences? Where are all the things I had written? Because it's all gone to 7-8 pages of comic strip. 3,000 words I have written. And then I understood it's a different format altogether. It's a different genre altogether. But I didn't compromise on my style, because by then I had started this idea of collecting these stories and getting them published as a book. Because the rights for the longer story were with me. The rights for the comic strip were with India Book House, which later became Amar Chitrakatha. When I had enough stories, I approached Penguin with the stories. Now, for those of you who would like to write, who want to publish books, this is the way I went about it. Every big publishing house has its website, which tells you how to publish, how to submit your manuscript. You have to submit it in a particular format, whatever. So I sent, if it's a short story, you have to give some sample stories. So I sent a few stories. And if they like your story, they will get back to you. If they don't like your story, they won't get back to you, and you keep on waiting. Some publishing houses, 3 months time they give, some 6 months. But beyond 6 months, if you don't hear from them, because they get so many submissions, they just can't afford the time to send rejections. So it actually means rejection is great dejection, but you have to take it in your stride. Thankfully, this editor liked the stories. She wrote back to me. saying, I just love your stories. I love the fun, the characters, the school atmosphere, the sports, the realism. And I was reading the letter very happily, and then, but, so then I thought, oh goodness, is she going to say, but we don't want to publish your stories? I said, no, that was not it. She said, but we don't publish collections of short stories by individual people. We publish anthologies. A rare Ruskin Bonds we might publish, but otherwise it is only novels. Can you write a novel? I did not want to write a novel. I mean, I didn't think of it, as always, as with my whole journey. I said, okay, I will try, because I'm getting this suggestion from the biggest publishing house. How can I not take it up? I said, I will try. And I went back to the first story. I always felt that story had enough meat in it to be fleshed out as a novel. And I wrote, she asked me to send 2 chapters. After I sent the synopsis, she okayed it, 2 chapters. I sent 2 chapters, not immediately, everything is taking a little time. And when I sent her 2 chapters, she returned the compliment by sending me the contract. That was terrific. I couldn't believe it. I am actually getting a contract for writing a novel. And that was mind-blowing. And it gave me 6 months. Title was just Butterfingers. And I said, okay, I will write. And because I know when I should write, by when I should submit, I was teaching, difficult, but I was managing, and I managed to send this. Then the title, my title was, I thought of, oops, it's Butterfingers as the title. And my editor, very astute, she said, no, yours is a cricket-based story. The title should announce to the reader that there is cricket in it. So she suggested, how's that Butterfingers? And I thought that's a wonderful idea. And that was how How's That Butterfingers came out. And that was in 2010, when again you would have been small children. But I have one small child who's grown into a long child. He remembers meeting me when he was this high, right? Yeah. But after that, he read the books when it was time for him to read, because these books are for 10 plus, and I would say 10 to 100. And for me, How's That Butterfingers is very, very special, because something happened. I have to share this with you. You must have heard this too again. But 2-3 months after the book came out, I got a letter, a personal letter from Nawab of Pataudi. The Nawab of Pataudi's letter, because Penguin had sent him a copy of the book. And he actually wrote a letter to me, to my personal address. And when I looked at that, there's a crest, Nawab of Pataudi, my goodness, I'm hero sending a letter. And I did not even know, I didn't want to open it in such a way that anything tears, what is inside, I don't know anything. Nawab of Pataudi has sent me a letter. And I opened the letter, and it was a letter of appreciation for the book. He started by writing, what great fun. I know that letter by heart. It brings to me my memories of my prep school days, and how he liked the story. He said, I have not heard of you or read any of your books, but I will look out for them, for myself and for my grandchildren. And I was so thrilled. Now I was thinking, my goodness, to get this letter, it's one of my most prized possessions. But then the next year, Pataudi passed away, not because he wrote a letter to me, he was ill and he passed away. But for me, I was feeling very upset, because I wanted to send him the next book that I wrote, because by then How's That Butterfinger started becoming popular. It went into a reprint in 3 months' time. And that is when I spoke to Pataudi, because my editor said, let's have his endorsement on the cover for the reprint. So I said, yes, let's have it. It's a wonderful idea. Oh, why don't you ask him? She said, why don't you ask him? You got the letter. You ask him. That was very smart of her, because it was so difficult to get through to him. There are 2 secretaries. I'll get one secretary first. who will ask me, "Aap kaun hain, kya hain, kidhar hain?" A whole lot of questions. I answer all the questions, and then he'll say, "Saab is having lunch, or is bath, or is at a meeting." Call after 1 hour. After 1 hour in college, the range will be only in the library. If you stand on one foot and put your head out, I would do that and call and get the second secretary who would ask me the same thing. I called 8 times. That day, it went to the next day. By then, everyone was telling you should stop. You're not going to get through to him. But I was determined. I said, no, that's not fair. How many times I'm calling and they're not letting me talk to him. So the next was at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Till then I was very polite and very courteous. But at 1 o'clock, when this secretary was going to tell me probably that Saab is whatever, I forestalled him and said, "No, please don't tell me that Saab is having lunch." I don't know what happened. He said, "Nahi, madam, 1 minute." And then I heard this rich voice. But he has no idea that all this was happening. And I told him who I was. He said, "Yes, I read your book. I enjoyed your book. I wrote you a letter." And that's a very lazy voice. I said, "Yes, that's why I wanted to quickly tell him what it was." I said, "My book is going to reprint." He said, "What great news." Yes, I said, "Yes, but we want to have part of your letter on the cover." He said, "Which part?" And I told him, "It is the first part." He said, "Okay, wish you all the best." That's all, very small. But just like that letter, that voice is also always there in my ears, this conversation with him. So that was how it was, very encouraging. And because the book did well, Gold Butterfingers, we thought of a series. Second, football-based, Gold Butterfingers. Third, again, cricket-based. I wanted a tennis book. My publishers wanted cricket book. So it became Clean Bold Butterfingers. Third cricket novel, 3 novels. And then they said, "Now we will publish your short stories." I think now they realized I'm not bad. You can publish short stories. And 3 collections of short stories came. And very recently, 3 months back, the next novel, a badminton-based novel, which is Smash It Butterfingers. So this is the latest book that has come out. So that is, and I think, yeah, I suppose this was happening behind my back. I don't know. Okay. I didn't look to see what was happening. Yeah. You saw all the covers? All the Butterfingers covers or all the covers? All the covers. Oh God. Okay. So you already know the whole story. Yes. So this is the latest. And yeah, Shashitaru has been releasing all the books. He likes Butterfingers very much. And along with this, I became a children's writer by chance. Just like that, the journey. So if you look at it, it was not, I'm a late bloomer, you can say. But so what I want to tell you is that if you want to become a writer, there is no particular age when you can become a writer. There is this Kaufman who is an American screenplay writer who wrote his first novel, A Bowl of Grapes, at age 90. Okay, so there is hope for everybody. You see, age is not a factor. You have a lot of people starting late. Bram Stoker at 50. Then who was that person who was 57? Anna Sewell, who wrote Black Beauty. She was 57 when she wrote her first book. So it doesn't really matter. There are some, but then you always come across writers who say, "I've always wanted to become a writer. I published my first book when I was 17, which is what Ruskin Bond did. His first book came out when he was 17. Shashitaru wrote a first book, I think, when he was 12 or something. So you have all kinds. You have people who are writing very early. You have people who are nourishing, who are cherishing or nurturing this ambition and write much later. There are some who keep trying and trying and trying, and then they have a heap of rejection slips. Totally dejected they are, but they don't give up. And that is how, I think that is John Creasy. the one who was one of those who started the Crime Writers Association, British Crime Writers Association. He had 730 rejection slips. He was counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 730 rejection slips, didn't give up, and is now considered one of the best crime writers. So these are all things that help you. So while I was doing all this, people asked me, why aren't you writing for adults? I said, look, I didn't start off by wanting to become a children's writer. It happened by chance. I didn't really, I wasn't thinking of being a writer for adults either, but that also happened because Hindu asked me to write a column for their Metro Plus, a humor column, where they gave me a free hand, where they said, as long as it is humorous, you can write anything. It was a fortnightly. It also became hugely popular. It ran from 2013 to 2018. And readers came back to me saying, why don't you put these articles together as a book? And I thought, okay, good idea. And Westland agreed to publish the book. And it came out, my first book for adults came out, you must have seen it, Tongue in Cheek, The Funny Side of Life. This is my first Butterfingers. So Tongue in Cheek, The Funny Side of Life. Yeah, this is it. Tongue in Cheek. You might find some familiar. Yes. I asked Priya Kurian was the illustrator. You must have heard of Priya Kurian. She does a great job. So I asked her, why did you make this bride so fat? So you see how she looks like one of those, very robust people. And she told me, these are all, because I'd written an article about weddings, where the gold, the bride is full of gold, where you can spot bits of bride between all that gold. So she said, I drew her like that so that there is more space for gold. And that's why you find her loaded like this. And there is so much, that she is kind of covered in gold. And that is this. This is where we found a snake in the pond, and we called Vava Suresh. I don't know, you must have heard of Vava Suresh, the famous Vava Suresh. And she hasn't seen Vava Suresh. She doesn't know about him. That's how she drew a very, a native kind of person. Vava Suresh, when he came to our house, he was wearing jeans and he was very hip. And we thought it was a crate because somebody told us it was a crate that was in the pond. So we were all very scared. That's why we called him. So he went to the pond. Every day, Palm, every day, he asked, sit there. And we were all standing far away. And then he just plugged it. And he said, hey, idu verum chera. It was just a grass snake. Anyway, so these kind of little things that happen in the house, including dangerous things. A pressure cooker's lid burst in my house. But I turned it into a humorous incident. So that is what this is about. And this became, people like it very much. And strangely enough, this came in 2019 when Corona was not anywhere around. COVID was not frightening everybody. COVID was not making people depressed. But now people are saying that this book is de-stressing them. It is a stress buster. It's making, I found a lot of comments come where there is this chap who has written that this is what helped him out of COVID when he was suffering from COVID. So I'm very happy about that because to know that something that you have done, my books are not serious in that way. They're fun, they're humorous, but there's a lot of seriousness in them. I deal with issues, but I deal with them in a humorous way. I have these 2 or 3, they might have shown those crocodile who ate butter chicken for breakfast. You must have, did they show that? No. Yes, the crocodile who ate butter chicken for breakfast and other stories. These are animal stories. Then there was the Lizard of Oz and other stories. No, yeah, Lizard of Oz, not Wizard of Oz, Lizard of Oz. So these are animal stories where I generally try to focus attention on small animals, pests. I want to make heroes of pests, at least between the pages of my book. Rats, termites. I got the idea for writing the book after the termite ate up some books. And do you know, the best example of irony is when the paper in which, the magazine, Dimdima, in which the story first appeared about the termite, which is one of my favorite stories, where the termite's name is Aristotle, because he started with the Poetics. The first book Aristotle ate, this termite ate was the Poetics. Therefore, his father called him Aristotle. And then the story goes. And Dimdima carried the story and the termites ate it. Wonderful, right? So these are the things that happen. And therefore, that gave me the idea for another article, which is there inside this book. So when you start writing, what happens is you're looking for writing opportunities everywhere. You look at the world around you, you look at what's happening around you, you listen to people talk. You should be a good listener. You shouldn't talk, you should listen. And you pick up so much. All these together help you to write. So there are these books also that have come from me. And right now I'm writing my second book for adults, which should come out in late January. It is a humorous travelogue. It's nonfiction. It's a humorous travelogue. The cover is ready, but I couldn't share it because it's not yet time for that. But I can share the title with you. It is an account of our US trip. It is called Chuckle, Merry, Spin. Chuckle, Merry, Spin, like Huckleberry Finn. Chuckle, Merry, Spin, us in the US, the subtitle. Anyway, so that is what is happening now. And next month, end of next month is when the book will come out. So that is my writing career. Okay, it's a long journey, isn't it? Such a long journey it was. But I'm sure what I wanted to emphasize is several things. You are all engineers. Let me tell you that it's always good to have a job and write. Don't make the mistake of giving up your job to become a writer. It looks very rosy from the outside because you hear only about the successful writers, about the writers who are doing really well. Chetan Bhagat is an engineer, right? But I don't know, he writes the kind of books that techies, I think, like. You can't place him anywhere in any literary group as such, but you have to admit he's very, very successful. He is an MBA. He knew how to market his books. See, it's hard work. Take a personal interest in doing this. So all these people who we later see as successes, they have a hard time getting there. It's not that easy. Nobody becomes an overnight success. If you are a star, a film star, and write a book, there are lots of film stars now writing books, which are very successful because they are big film stars. They have a market for their books. But I'm sure to become those film stars, they must have struggled a lot. That would not have come very easy unless you're a star's child. Even then, it may not be easy. So what I want to tell you is it's difficult, but you must be persistent. You must keep on at it if you want to write. But you have to write only, you should think of becoming a writer only if you love books, not your own book. I always like this wonderful story, where a man goes to a bookstore and he asks the shopkeeper, the shop assistant, do you have the copies of, I want a copy each of this particular writer's name. He gives a copy each of all his books. So then the shop assistant asks, oh, you must be a great fan of the writer. Then he said, no, I am the writer. You shouldn't be just interested in your own books, other people's books also. And reading is very important before you can think of writing, because it does so much. It's not just that it gave you pleasure. That's how I enjoyed reading. I enjoyed reading. I loved reading. I was so fascinated by the different kinds of stories that these story writers spin. But it was also changing my mind, enriching my mind, you could say, telling me how to look at life in a different way, giving me new ideas. All that is happening while I'm enjoying reading. So it's all there in my mind without me being conscious of that. So it's very, very important that you read. Plus, your language. I was telling you about the publishers who reject submissions. What someone once told me is, if the covering letter has a grammar mistake, they don't even look at the submission. At the end of the day, your language must be mistake-free. You can't say, I want to become a writer. I will become a writer. I will publish my book. You can publish your book because self-publishing is happening. Anyone can publish a book. You can give it to a printer and get it done. But it is not, vanity publishing is not what you should do. If you have something to say, if you think you want to write something, then something good, something you think people would like to read, then you must write. But your language must be sound. It must be mistake-free. Your vocabulary must be good. So many things are there, because when you read a book, you are reading only the final product. A lot of hard work. So many people are involved in this process of writing. And you only when you get into that, you will know how it is. So all this together, and I have noticed that a lot of doctors are writers. Good writers, Siddharth Mukherjee, you have Arthur Conan Doyle, what is his name, Somerset Maugham, Atul Gawande, Robin Cook. You have he writes popular books, but still medical based. So what I want to tell you is all these doctors, they use their profession to write. So a lot of writers are not writers alone. They're also doing something else. Kafka always wanted to, he was an insurance agent. He wanted to work hard. He would be inspired to write only if he works 12 hours a day. Can you beat it? You work 12 hours a day. After that, he starts writing. And he writes from 10, 11, 1, 2, 6 in the morning. Doesn't sleep at all. Loves to drink coffee. So Flaubert is also another person who loves to drink. No, I think it is Kafka. Anyway, so Flaubert loved to drink whiskey. No, Flaubert loved to drink coffee, and that other what's his name? I was just reading about some of these people who who get their inspiration from what they ingest. And yeah, so that is how Flaubert is the person I think who liked whiskey. All right, he loved to drink, and Faulkner also liked whiskey, which I think is a stimulant for many people. They don't write, but it stops with the first part. So that is, and then you have people being inspired. Yes, I was telling you about doctors who write, who have come up with really good books. And I was thinking, are there engineers who write? Because I know a lot of engineers read, but I know that that doctors read more than engineers. I don't know how many of you love to read books. Let me see how many hands come up. Not bad. Yes. You all like to read books? Okay. You find time to read? You make time to read? You steal time to read? That's how you should read. When you have a passion for reading and then you keep on managing to read somehow. And reading doesn't mean on your phone. Because now all that you find people doing is like this. Now, all the time you're looking glued to the phone, reading something on it, reading WhatsApp crap. Don't do that. You have to read good books, good articles, good. Good doesn't mean morally, it's going to make you nothing like that. What I mean is good pieces of writing which tell you about what's happening, or even if it's imaginative, put in a very imaginatively wonderful way, because these are all things that are going to make you. And I found there are two wonderful engineer writers. One is Primo Levi. He was a chemical engineer. He was an Israeli Jew. He was in Auschwitz prison, but he managed to escape concentration camp. He escaped and he wrote the Truce. He's a wonderful writer. And Dostoevsky. Whether he drinks whiskey, I don't know, but he is one who writes, how he is. He's a class apart. He was he was a military engineer. So you have the engineers writing, doctors writing, teachers writing. There are a few who are only writers, but then it's a risk if you want to be just a writer, because if you are, you will have to make it big time to really live off your earnings as a writer. Even successful writers, what people call successful writers, I think they need another job too. Or you need to have very rich fathers-in-law who will help you along, and then you can sit and be full-time writers. But so these are the things that I wanted to tell you for those who have this passion for writing. It's a good passion. Very often, just like singing in the bathroom, writing also takes place privately through diaries. But some diaries are wonderful. We have Anne Frank's diary as a superb example. So you can write, and then when you think you have written something that is worthwhile, give it to somebody else. Ask that person for a frank opinion. And if they tell you it is bad, don't forever cut them off. Because you find that also happening. I'm not your friend anymore. How dare you tell me such terrible things about what I have written? So you have to take criticism well, whether it is really critical in any way, whether it's good or bad. And try to write. If you really want to write, keep writing, but keep reading first and then writing. And once you start writing, it becomes difficult to read. I really find it so difficult to get time to read. I read when I'm eating. I read, I carry a book with me wherever I go. Try to sneak time, steal time to read. It's difficult. So when you are starting out, try to read as much as possible. Another thing, one secret I should tell you, not a big secret. Whatever you read now, you will remember forever. You'll always remember. As you grow older, you won't remember everything that you read. So this is the time whenever you have time, make use of it to read. Because you will read to enjoy yourself. You will retain it in your head. That's how it is. And then people also ask me, where do you write? When do you write? How do you write? I said, most of my writing, if you notice, are all written under contract, which means deadline. I know I have to give my manuscript within a particular time. And though I'm not an organized writer at all, I'm doing several things at the same time. My writing happens in my head. I carry the story in my head. So when I'm doing that, you might find me looking all vague and hazy and dazed. It's because I'm thinking up something. But there are people who put in so many words every day. Hemingway puts in 500 words every day. You have Trollope. He works in the post office, postal department, 1,000 words every day in the morning. Ruskin Bond, he was saying the other day, I was listening to an interview. He said, I like to get up, wake up with the sun falling on my face. He's living in the mountains, Missouri. So his bed is near the open window. Beautiful when you look out and the sun hits him. And I wake up and it's a compulsion for me to write a lot, 1,000 words at least, a lot of words before I have breakfast. And I was thinking, I get up, I jump out of bed and rush to the kitchen to make breakfast. So you can't, it's not easy to just write. There's so many things that you're doing. It's a question of your priorities, what you prioritize, how you juggle your time and what you do, and how are you inspired. Inspiration can come from anywhere. Whereas you have Dan Brown, who whenever he cannot think of anything, he wants to hang upside down. He gets himself to be, he hangs himself upside down. Then he feels that all the blood goes rushing into his brain, and then he can write better. Maybe that explains the kind of books he's been writing. But you know, he does write those page turners. What he writes is, they are really page turners. But the best was this lady called Edith Sitwell. Sitwell, her name is. But she likes to lie well. Where? In a coffin. She likes to lie in a coffin. And that is how she gets inspired to write. So look at all different people, how they get inspiration to write. James Joyce, he wrote on his stomach. I mean, not on his stomach, lying on his, it's very difficult to write on your stomach, lying on his stomach, wearing a white coat. Because, not because he was crazy, but because he had failing eyesight. And if he lies on his stomach, then he's very close to the paper and he can write. He writes with a big lead pencil. And the white of his jacket reflects light. So he gets more light. Very sad, isn't it? So that was how he writes. Obama wrote his old memoirs using his, now when the computer is there, he wrote in longhand using the legal paper. He said, I like that because computer gives everything in a kind of finished way. I don't like it. I have half ideas and they make it seem like it's all done. So I want the imperfections of my writing also to be visible, and therefore I will write longhand. And that's how he wrote. So you have all these, different authors trying different things. But what I would like to say is that there's no one standard way to write. There's no one standard way to get inspiration. But I don't like to give advice, but my suggestion to you would be keep your eyes and ears open. Read a lot. Be interested in people. Be interested in what's happening around you. And there is so much happening around you. And then write. So thank you very much. I think I took up a lot of your time, and thank you for... Anybody has questions?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes,
So,
Arundhati.
yeah. So, a version of this question I've asked you twice before. But again, being a child, I remember being obsessed with the character Butterfingers. And when I tried to think about the reason why I used to search for so long in the Tinkle magazine, there are certain stories you would look for. Over a period of time, new stories were added to the magazine, but then there are certain stories which we consistently search for in the magazine, and Butterfingers was one among them.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there were two reasons which I thought about. One, maybe because we deal with a lot every day, and at the end of the day, when you read a story like Butterfingers, it was a lightweighted, a simple going story which makes you smile and happy. And the second thing, you compare yourself with a character like Butterfingers and you feel better. Like, I'm not as clumsy or sloppy as him. So from the perspective of the creator of a character like Butterfinger, what do you think made him or Butterfingers as a story popular among the audience, or what made audience happy?
Okay. Yeah. I think one of the main reasons, you have already stated a reason, which is that people can relate, children can relate to the character. See, Butterfingers is not the goody two shoes. He's not first in class. His firm belief is that there should be people at the bottom of the class to allow others to be first, second, third. Okay, so that is how he is. He's intelligent. I wouldn't want a stupid character. He's fun-loving. He wants to help. But when he helps, it ends in disaster. He takes his friends, and the path to the principal's office is always worn out, worn by their walking up and down, because they are forever being punished, called there, because he keeps on doing something which irks the principal much more probably than students do. There is one thing about writing. You tend to exaggerate. When you read Amar's exploits or adventures, you will think, oh, this boy is getting into trouble all the time. In your school also, you have students who get into trouble all the time, but not with the but not the way Butterfingers gets into trouble all the time. He is forever in trouble. So one thing could be, I could easily be Butterfingers. Like you said, not as clumsy, not getting into trouble as often, as consistently as Butterfingers. But more than that, what most children have told me is that they can relate to the character. He's an ordinary boy. He's not extraordinary. He's not a super hero. He does not have superhuman powers. For me, that was the challenge when I was writing. See, if you're writing magic books, I'm not saying anything against, because you need a huge, wonderful imagination to write magic stories. But when you are writing fantasy, magic, it's possible to use magic to get out of trouble. Whereas when you're writing realistic stories, you have to find a realistic situation. That's a challenge. You have to make it seem plausible. You have to make it seem believable. And for me, that was a challenge. So like you said, the reason why I think it's popular and why the novels are also popular, because the same Butterfingers. But the Butterfingers in the novel, I have changed his father, by the way. In the comic, he is Amar Sen. In the books, he is Amar Kishan. There, and I demoted him. He is in class 9. He is 14 years old. In the books, I made him class 8 boy, and he's 13 years old, because I realized that 14 and class 9 is a very tricky age. They won't be completely innocent like Butterfingers. They will be involved in other things. They're growing up, interested in girls. I didn't want to bring girls, love angle. I have girls, but it's just fun. So I wanted to freeze Amar as a 13-year-old. And this is another question I used to ask children when we have interactive sessions. Do you want Amar to grow, or do you want him to be 13 always? They say, we want him to be 13. We don't want him to grow. We want him to be like this. Very rarely do I find someone who says, like Harry Potter grows, we want Butterfingers also to grow. But I say this, I don't want that to happen. So I'm writing the stories. If I make that happen, then I'm going against what I like. And my heart won't be in it. The book won't be good. So for me, I think the reason for the popularity would only be the way they can relate. One, the humor, the fun. See, children don't have too many books that can make them laugh. You find everybody trying to tell them. I've seen that happen. People ask me, what's the moral of your books? What's the moral of the story? I mean, why are you looking for morals like that? Why are you stuffing morals into your children's throats like that? But parents want stories which tell you how to be good, quotation marks, how to live life, what to do, how to be. You learn all that also through my books. These boys are good-hearted. You don't find villains in my books. So it's all through fun. It's all through, there is camaraderie, there is respect for teachers, they also do what they are told to do. They end up in trouble, that's a different thing. So what you find is that all these things children are deprived of genuine enjoyment when they read. Often, not always. And I thought I should fill that gap. There is a gap of the dearth of humor stories in Indian children's fiction. Maybe adult also, I don't know. So that, not that I consciously wanted to fill that gap, it is just that I like humor and I wrote humor. But that is actually filling a little bit of that gap, and children love those stories. Now, I would say it is because they can relate to the stories, because they are realistic stories, they are school stories, they may be idealistic stories in one way. Because, children can be very cruel, children can be very nasty, children can harm their classmates. I don't have that kind of thing happening because I don't like to do that. So in one way, it's idealistic. Then the fact that they can relate to the characters. That's what I feel. I don't know. I would always love to know what readers feel about the books and tell me what they feel about it. Those people who always, one thing that is mentioned is the humor. People enjoy the humor. They laugh. They laugh, like Bernard Shaw said. He said, I write plays, I want people to laugh and make them think. But unfortunately, they stop with laughing. The next part doesn't happen. Thinking doesn't happen. So you have to think also, because it's not that easy to write humor. It's a sad thing, but humor is somehow considered a little less than serious stories. P.G. Wodehouse, such a wonderful humorist. He's not won a single award in his life. Just before he died, he was given the knighthood. That's all. Such a wonderful writer. Why was he sidelined? Because he didn't write those searing, tragic stories that come from your heart of all the terrible lives people lead, which is reality, but which is what people think is really good literature. This is also good literature. People must acknowledge that. And I hope they do that, but it's not that I'm making a case for it. It's just that I am writing what I enjoy doing, and that is writing humor. I did write one or two sad stories, serious stories, and a student of mine came and told me, ma'am, please don't write those stories. This is not you. So now it's almost like being typecast. I have to write humor stories. That's how it is, Arundhati. Okay, you're happy with the answer? Several questions I answered, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add, you made it evident that it's possible to create an impact even by means of, comic stories or stories that has humor. But in general, I personally feel like after a specific age, when your parents or your friends or teachers suggest books or talks to you, it'll be more like a revolutionary book, like a person was dealing with so much of trouble and then they made a huge difference. So what according to you should be the mindset of people when it comes to choosing
books?
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what I was telling you.
Yeah.
How when it comes to selecting books, choosing books, they always go for serious stuff. They always go for these books that tell you about the underbelly of cities and what exactly is happening, about people who have had very hard lives and how they made it big, because these are all stories that inspire you. Inspirational stories. Abdul Kalam, you have all these people who write stories about their life and how it was a struggle. Life was a struggle. True. It's so what I think is that we should read a mix of everything. Don't confine yourself only to one kind of books, because humor also helps you. See, what humor does to you is that it makes you feel better. Don't you want to feel better? Why? I'm not comparing my books with masala movies, but why do people like blockbusters? Why do people like to go and watch some Amitabh Bachchan's movies where he bashes up so many people single-handed? These things don't happen in real life, but they like the songs, they like the dance, they like what he's doing, they like how he has beaten odds, and they like the fun, everything, because that is not there in their lives. It's an escapism. They escape from there. They want it. Why do you want to pay money to go and sit in a theater and see your own life coming up? You're trying to forget. the sadness that is there in your life. You want to make something of your life, but you also want to relax. You want to forget that for some time. So when you go and watch something, when you read something, it should give you a different worldview, something different which you can enjoy, which will make you forget your troubles, your woes, your problems. See, you yourself, you must be stressed out often, engineers, your exams, for those who are students, if you have jobs also. Because all of us, we are leading lives right now, especially now, not just Corona, but otherwise also, we are leading a very fast life. You know, everything is super fast. And that is making you stressed out. You're being made to do too many things at the same time. So you need to de-stress yourself. How do you do that? You can do that through something like this. Reading books which make you happy, which make you laugh, watching something that is not all the time. I want you all to read books. Don't be addicted to the screen. We have enough of the screen, but the occasional movie which makes you enjoy yourself, you need all that. So what I would say is that when people are giving books as they are being asked a list of books, I would say you have to include the books that you were talking about, and say a Woodhouse, a Jerome K. Jerome, a Bill Bryson. They're all they make you feel so good. And when they make you feel good, then you can face life better the next. But people like to read those kind of books. Then they like to read self-help books. The most popular books are self-help books. And in fact, we have this private joke, my husband and I. The reason why self-help books are so popular is because they're not helping at all. So one book is not helping you, so you go to the next self-help book. Then you go to the other self-help book, and they're extremely popular. So that is how it is. So thank you. So that's fine.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. We spent a lot of time together, and I would wish you all the best. For those of you who want to rewrite, please write. But all of you, please read, enjoy yourself, de-stress yourself. Wish you all the best in your careers and in your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now all of us here have a lot and lots of questions to ask you, but we are exceeding the time now. So thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. We've had a great time with you, and you're a great speaker as well. And we had a really good time. Okay, we're also excited to hear from you. Thank you so much. So now we have a chair of IEEE PLS Joint Chapter Kerala Section, Professor Dr. Vijaya Kunya. Now she'll be presenting you with a memento as a token of gratitude.
There's some very special gift for you.
So that's indeed a very beautiful gift. So thank you, ma'am.
Who did this? Is it Kailas? Someone seems to have.
He's a past volunteer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, as you said, you left first, we all joined the
So once again, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vijana, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now we'll be moving on to our DJ night. We'll just have a short break, and we'll be moving on to a DJ night very soon.